Hey guys, yeah, a few minutes late. Had a few logistics to work out. Thanks everybody for coming. We're gonna talk about cult mentality tonight. And psychologically, it's defined as a group or a movement, or what cults are, that uses manipulative tactics to control and to exploit. It can be religious, political, social, and even intimate. Um, Uses isolation, peer pressure, fear and shaming, love bombing, gaslighting, whole myriad of things to get people who have deep seated shame and self doubt to follow whatever it is their intended goal is. Most people don't even realize that they're wrapped up in one until they're most certainly too far in. And then their only hope is that they have someone nearby that's still around to pull them back out. So tonight I want to talk about um, maybe some of the things that could qualify as this that we don't necessarily consider to be a cult every day. Um, Everything from our current political situations to, would you even say that maybe social services could be somewhat of one? I've got some awesome people backstage. I'm going to start bringing them up, and I will get that link posted out front momentarily. Hello, hello.
Howdy.
Anybody got any experience dealing with cults?
Yeah.
Not personally, but the town that we moved here from had a giant cult in it. I mean, it's known across the country, and people traveled all over the world to come to this religious cult, and it had a lot of pull in that town. It still does.
Do you know what it was called?
Bethel International School of Ministry.
I've
Okay.
heard of that one.
They do all kinds of really interesting. They're a school of supernatural ministry. They would put out videos of like people. There was one where they like regrew this guy's leg because his legs were uneven, and so you can see that he's wearing a a boot, and like as they're doing the video and praying on him, he pushes his leg all the way into the boot, and then magically they're the same size again. Or there was one where they were doing this. They do like the giant concerty church services that are.
Oh, okay.
And they
it's one of them mega churches,
yeah.
like Joel Osteen. Like they did one thing, and it's kind of big on the internet. They filled the.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, tell them about that.
So anyhow, they were preaching a prosperity ministry that day, and they film all these. They have their own TV show and their own radio station and all kinds of media. And so they would put these things on the internet, and I forget what he was saying, but God's grace would be upon them and gold and angel feathers. And all of a sudden they turn on the vents and glitter and angel feathers start coming out. And people are like, what? You know, like they're doing their whole thing. And
That's wild.
when I used to wait tables when my babies were little, they used to come in regularly because they had their homework, because they have a school there where they teach people these gifts. And they would have specific homework each week. And it was so funny because, like, if it was prophecy week, every table that would come in would be students that were ministry students that were coming to prophesy over you. And it was kind of sad because I usually had this big corner booth in the back, and they would all like, can we prophesy over you? Can we prophesy over you? And so the first kid would have to go, and his eyes would get huge, like, oh shit, I'm on the spot now. And he'd be like, I can tell you really like people. And then everybody go, oh, and then they'd all like go around, and it would go around like the whole table. And these poor kids really, really wanted to have these gifts. They really, really did. But
Sure.
instead of spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to be in this school, and they weren't learning anything.
My parents actually met in the Way Ministry, which is very similar. It was led by Dr. Victor Werewolf once upon a time. And after he passed away, a lot of things started changing within the ministry. But a
Did you
lot of
say
it
his
was
last name was Werewolf?
werewolf. Yeah.
Wild.
Um, it was a lot of that prosperity gospel. He developed a power for abundant living course. Kids,
I've read
it
that
was
book.
you have that? Oh, yeah. You
Yeah,
do?
I have a copy of that book. A lot of my family was raised in the way ministry. So I've seen a fair bit from it. Yeah, I have that book. It's funny you brought that up.
It's been interesting. I've actually come across a few people in my older years that, like, when I say the way ministry, they actually know what I'm talking about. And the indoctrination when it came down to the kids was very different from the way they did the adults, right? It wasn't like, yeah, there was that praise, but there was more so, at least from the way I remember it, a lot more of seen and not heard, right? Um, do as you're told, sit down. The adults were all like, it was very weird. Like, they used to tell us that, like, we would have to answer before God for everything that we thought, said, did, the whole nine. But somehow the adults were like already forgiven. And didn't have to, their sins were removed as far as the east is from the west. And um
That
I
kind of
think
drove me crazy. I'm so sorry to interrupt. That kind of drove me crazy as a kid. I know exactly what you're talking about because it almost felt like, at least from my perspective, sometimes that you kind of had to earn that, you had to become born again at some point. And when you're a kid, you've got to consider, am I doing everything I can to be loving God and to be living and leading with love? And that's something that actually kind of drove me away from the cult as I aged. Was they really drilled into me a lot of, you love your neighbor, you're always open to learn and accept and all this and that. And I said, oh, that's great, Jesus was so accepting and he loved this and he associated with all these people. And then I had some adults around me going, whoa, that's a little too much acceptance and love, and so it kind of turned into a maybe you should go home situation.
Carrie, or wait, nope, my bad. Himza, what all, I know you did a lot of work when it came down to church stuff before, right?
Sorry?
You did a lot of stuff when it came to exposing church stuff in the past, right?
Yeah, I was in a church with a predator priest, and he didn't like me because I'm kind of direct and bold. Like, if there's rules, I'm like, well, why aren't you following it? But I mean, I'm not like, I was never super Catholic. I was just kind of questioning things. And then he just eventually struck me as a bit narcissist, but there was something more. I mean, there's lots of people who are narcissists. And I don't know. He just kind of bullied people and he tried to bully me, and I kind of laughed that stuff off. So in, I think it was 2009, I said I'm not going to go there anymore. And I switched to another one that was maybe 7 or 8 miles away because I knew that priest was more, I don't know. I liked him better. But in 2012, I found out, yeah, that the priest had sent off my radar for a while, that there was something unsound about him. Actually had done stuff to a deacon's kid back in the late 80s, and it was covered up. And then it came up in 2002 when the Boston Globe did their story, and they did an internal, what do you call it? An internal investigation, as well as the Catholic Church has internal courts, tribunals is what it is. And so I think they did something along those lines and covered it up again, paid for the victim's therapy for the rest of their life. So by the time that I reached into their darkness, I guess you would say, it had been at least 22 years of injustice. Like, the parents immediately wrote to the deacon the deacon and his wife immediately wrote to the priest, said, stay away from my kid when they found out. And they did a lot of right things, but times were different. And so, anyway, I had no idea like how to make it right. And I had to make sure that they weren't messed up also, because there are a lot of parents who are like that, where they've been abused. And so they pass it along to their children because it's normalized and it's part of a cult, I guess you would say, but it's type of abuse paradigm that continues. And so, by 2015-16, we were protesting outside that church. And then in 2018, and I mean, I had another friend in Buffalo. She was working with another whistleblower for that diocese. And so that was her best friend. And we were talking about, how to, I guess, make it stronger and get these people's voices heard, because they didn't want these kind of bishops that covered up. Anyway, in 2018, the Cardinal McCarrick story broke. It went on national news in the summer. And then by November, the victim that I had kind of been helping through the mom, he came out on national news for the first time and spoke his story. And then 3 other victims across the nation came forward. And so by 2019, he was finally removed from being a priest. And so that's my story with going up against it. But I mean, that priest also had a deacon call my house in the middle of the day and chew me out. So it's just kind of funny.
What's interesting is in that situation, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like the religion itself that becomes the cult. It's a matter of you get individuals who have that mentality, who are seeking to indoctrinate people a certain way or groom them a certain way. And it's merely just the pathway that they used to do it.
Well, I think part of the issue that I noticed when I was much more active in the religion was obedience is seen as the highest virtue. But if you have obedience without logic and love, then it's sickness. It's not obedience. It's like you're just turning off your own ability to use your own God-given wisdom, your own, all of that intuition. And that is, that seems like the opposite of obeying anything from God. I mean, if God made you, you don't have the freedom to just shut things off and then outsource your ability for making adult decisions onto any sort of organization, be it your family or your church or your government. That's part of the problem, is we don't have a lot of adults who make adult decisions, so that's my take.
I actually have experience with a non-religious and newer cult phenomenon.
Awesome.
It's
I don't know that, but like one that's not religious.
Yeah. Well, it's like, religious takes up the bulk of the space, I think, but
they do. It's an easy way to go about it, right? Especially because when it comes down to faith, there's that structure with it. So it's like the template's already there. It just takes the wrong person wielding it. But
exactly. But I don't know if anybody knows Owen Benjamin or who he is.
Sounds familiar.
It sounds very familiar.
He was a giant comedian.
Oh yeah.
Hollywood actor. He had a TV show, Sullivan and Son or something like that. So he left Hollywood and went around and he made kind of a thing on Hollywood being pedos, and which is obviously a very the last 10 years has been kind of a hot subject. That one's been around for a minute, and then he also glommed on into like started like a homesteading movement. So I would say homesteading was more of the anchor to this than a religion. And so you got a bunch of disenfranchised people, and this was around 2020. You got a bunch of disenfranchised people that were very scared of what the government was doing, watching government overreach, and wanting to get back to old ways and homesteading. And he ended up, and it's honestly the parallels between that and the Crucible cult. It's the way that they react and the way that they operate and talk. Super similar. The Owen Benjamin cult they call the Bears. And anybody, you know, one of the biggest signs of a cult is anybody that doesn't follow the hard line of the cult, then they're rejected immediately. And the entire congregation or whatever you would want to call them turns on that one person who dared have a thought independent of the cult. And you can see that when you're as he was dealing with people, and it wasn't even you know, oh, we don't like you or things like that. He would immediately start calling them meth addicts, pedos, you name it. Well, then as he did this, and we're going to see again the parallel to the Crucible, all of his little fan base bears would start attacking that person that he just said something about. So where I got into it with him, because I didn't know about the cult aspect of it, actually, he saw me. He saw a video of me hand shearing alpacas because I try to do everything by hand that I can. And he started.
You have alpacas?
Yep. Yep.
That's badass.
You bet. Yeah, they're awesome. Best poop to grow it, use for your garden ever. He had saw me hand shearing an alpaca, and he's like, "How are you doing that?" Like, because he has alpacas and they fight and buck against him and whatnot. And that one's just laying there, and I just got a giant hand scissor, basically, you know, type thing, just going along, and it just lays there perfectly calm. So he found me. And so I was like, I wasn't part of their group, but I was like connected to it. And I started seeing these things. And this is when I had a problem. And actually, this is how Jim Bob got out of that group, because Jim Bob was kind of sideways in that group also. This is how Jim Bob and I are connected. Yeah, we've known each other since like 2019.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yep. Owen turned on him. Yeah, actually, that's a super interesting scenario because Andrew Wilson was a nobody, Owen was a giant, and Jim Bob was, you know, kind of, well, Jim Bob and Owen Benjamin had a big old Trinity fight on the Andrew Wilson's channel, and it did not go well. And then Andrew and Jim Bob got into a fight with Owen, and like the bear community kind of split. So this is why you see in that Orthodox community that stop. Why you see in that she just got to be in a pain. If the camera's on, she wants to be in front of it. I swear, she's
a pretty girl. I get it.
Yeah, she is. The bear community split into an Orthodox and non-Orthodox community, and the non-Orthodox went with Owen Benjamin, and the Orthodox went over to the Crucible and with Jim Bob. So it was almost like a pre-set up cult that picked up into the Crucible.
Give me 1 second. OG?
What's up, sweetheart?
Hello. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for coming over. Sorry, go ahead, Benjamin.
Hey, OG.
So that's just you know, we all see how the Crucible operates. It's and those guys operate in the same thing. It's a very, they have their catchphrases, and that's what you say, and you see things a certain way, and if you don't, the whole group attacks you, and you're out.
Sorry, kid's grabbing the dog food, so he'll stop complaining. Yeah, that's some lore I didn't even know about. Welcome everybody from OG's channel. Thank you very much for the raid. Hi, Mikey Balls. Good to see you. Becca, Snow, Chuck, Ashton. Good to see you guys. Look at that.
Yeah, almost nobody knows that lore because at the time, nobody knew who Andrew was. His channel was nothing at the time, so nobody knows who it is unless you knew Owen Benjamin.
Be careful on letting people up on panel willy-nilly right now. I told you I'd raid you, but they tried to P-bomb bad over there.
Ortho bringing his smoke over here, Beth. You got to be careful, you know. Ortho bringing all his heat and smoke over here.
OG and the riffraff, huh?
Yeah, the riffraff. Yeah.
Something like that.
Including me, I'm a little riffraffy. What's the
I'm
topic?
a
What are we
raptor.
talking about,
We're
man?
talking about cult mentalities. 10th and Denizen. Can I get quick? Okay. Denizen, I don't know what you look like, so I'm just going to throw up a banner and you can say hi to me. How about that? And
I'm gonna get jealous if you do that.
oh, actually, and just like that, he went away.
That's probably the real dude. But yes,
I'm going to
keep your
throw it up and say hi anyways, but I'll keep it handy.
take your cautions. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the heads up. I appreciate it. And he's back. Denizen.
Hello.
I'm shocked the
Awesome.
mic's working.
Look at that. Good faith so far.
So you say you guys talking about racism, huh?
Well, actually, I think
Wrong panel, Joe. Wrong
Yes,
panel.
that's a joke from the last panel.
Yeah, Joe got outed as a racist on the last panel.
Again.
Oh, no.
Again.
I think it could count and fall in there, though, as when it
No,
comes down
I
to
wanted your shit cults, and I feel
it absolutely can though, because because the part of the porn bombers, that's why we can't figure out if it's from the person I got beef with, the Crucible, or just random racist people, right? Because if you don't like, if you get accused of being a racist, right, and like actual racists are watching you, and you're like, nah, I just don't like certain aspects of black culture, right? They'll come in and try to porn bomb you, but like and just like shout the N-word, and it's like they'll mob you and swarm you. It is cult mentality.
And it goes beyond that too, right? Because from a psychological standpoint, it's any group that uses different tactics to manipulate and control people. And I would definitely make the claim that racism falls into that.
LGBT
political parties.
Well, I was going to say the same.
Political
parties.
100% political parties.
Political parties, absolutely. You're the red cult or the blue cult if you're in the cult.
And if you're not,
that's the thing about racism, because it comes from all sides. All races do it. People in all races do it, and it's all cult-like mentality. The LGBTQ and trans, right? It's a cult. It's a cult mentality. It's kind of human nature, but also it goes above and beyond, especially when it gets really gay, and you got to try to stop people from talking. Like, it's fucking annoying.
I think
a large part of me not wanting to cam up has to do with the actual cult that I was inside of it, and just how badly I was stalked, whether it's electronics, whatever you want to call it, but I had a lot of that. And apparently one of the high leaders in that particular cult, because they had more money than Methuselah, they were supposedly listed on Epstein Island, but it's already been scrubbed from Denizen appreciate it. They've already been scrubbed from all social media, because they do have that much money that any kind of pushback on them immediately gets scrubbed. They have a way of changing the metrics so that it doesn't even show up. If you have a problem with this cult, which used to be available over a decade ago with people having a voice for it, you could find it. You can't find it now. There's actual resources for people who are trying to get out of that cult, but yeah, you can't find it now.
And I think that's really a good marker of what makes a cult, is you're using social methods as a means of exclusion. And I mean, the internet is a really useful tool to do that with.
Very good. That would be key to exclusion part.
Jack Talcott, welcome to my panel. Thank you very much for coming.
Hey, Jack.
Greetings and blessings. I appreciate it, and I love the topic. The question.
Speaking of a cult, well.
There's a $25 entrance fee too, Jack. You can slide that to my cash app on your first time.
I may have been accused of running a cult before.
Well, if you're not baptizing people like Dusty is, then I think you might be a little behind in the running.
No, we all joined the cult 2 days ago on Dusty's, remember?
Oh, that must have been after I went to sleep.
Yep, sorry. We formed a cult. The cult of grift.
Oh. So those are the secret lessons I've been getting.
Are you late? That's been the cult 10. Are you late to the party?
No, it's official now.
It's
cult
been
of drift.
official.
I have to ask some questions on this one. Let's see how much effort he's putting in.
Everything.
The only thing, the rules with this cult apparently are anybody can do whatever the fuck they want. And
well, no. As
Not
long
high
as they're
control
given that greenback, right?
Hey, let's reset a bit. What did you guys come up with a definition of a cult? I'm sure y'all would have had to go there already.
Before you do that, Beth, let me say this where everybody can be loud and clear. Beth never called the Crucible a cult. That was me who said they were cult-like.
She's probably about to do it for the night. So.
Even though I like some of the Crucible people, I like Andrew, I like Crucible adjacent people, I still maintain that because look at all the fucking weird porn bombing and fucking with people that y'all do. It's fucking crazy.
It's not about you, OG.
That is a little rough. Well, he's not wrong. I mean, I think that any group that, well, so definitionally, to answer your question, psychology defines it as a group or a movement that uses manipulative tactics to control and exploit. And that can be good or bad.
How's about that? That was my first question. So cults could be, I guess, still positive as long as you're doing those steps. Manipulative tactics. And then you'd have to ask, is manipulative inherently negative?
Exploitation. That's probably where it gets a little on the fringes. You can exploit someone for a greater cause, but...
Well, perhaps, but like, so perfect example, back in the ancient times, there was a cult that was dedicated to... it would have been under the second pharaoh of Egypt, his vizier, Imhotep, after he died. And he was actually accredited with being one of the first doctor,
first architect, first bunch of shit. Yeah.
And he was deified after death. And there was a cult that existed in his name for damn near 1,000 years.
Did you ever hear when Pharaoh comes into a room, you know what he says? Hotep. That's where it comes from. Masons still use that shit. Short from Imhotep.
Well, it was even more so, but like within Egypt, especially for that time, like there may have been a time frame where it died out, right? But I do believe it does resurge up, and we see a lot of that benefit going towards, like you said, like the architecture and medicine and the whole Freemasonry, which I don't think is... I don't know. I think there's question as to whether or not it's inherently bad, depending on what the goal is of the group, right?
Can you give me the definition again, too? Just give me the definition again. I'm sorry.
You're
like,
fine.
What are the traits of a cult? There's like usually a narcissistic, charismatic leader. It's a high control group. They use coercion, guilt, and a lot of that exploitation,
peer pressure,
lack of boundaries. They, like I was talking about with stalking, peer pressure. If you're outside the group, then you're shunned and shamed. You don't have the right to your autonomy to leave the group.
It's us versus them, and there is sometimes a component of love bombing, and really, it's focused on people who have unresolved issues that lead to deep-seated self-doubt.
All right. See, I see some issues already with Jack being a cult leader. Not that it was on the table, Jack, but I've heard niggas call you a cult leader. Assuming we could give him the one charismatic leader. That'd be about it. He doesn't have a room that helps him push niggas out and craft stories and shit. So most of that, he could not be the cult shit. Am I right? Somebody tell me.
I don't think that all boxes need to be. And I'm not saying that Jack.
No. I got you. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have brought your name up.
I'm not really even familiar with a lot of his stuff, right? But I think that when we're looking at these things, not every box has to be checked.
That's logical, I guess. Like a narcissist probably won't even check every box. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but Jack has shown some ability to cognitively recognize, when he's getting pushback from others. He may be stubborn and dig his heels in at the time, which most people are when you're giving them a confrontation of the ego that needs some
Right.
alterations. But he's come back several times and said, thank you. I've considered what you said, and I'm trying to grow. So that's a
Evidence in
huge
the uncult,
difference. Yeah,
evidence
that
in the
doesn't
uncult
strike
corner.
me. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
the cult
sometimes
guy.
I feel like he
All right,
does
let's
things
jump
for
into Paul
entertainment,
then.
but
Let's jump to Paul. Paul checks everyone initially in my head through the gate. Wait. Did Jack? Because I don't even know if you
Jack
spoke
got
and
a
then you
big
muted.
smile at that
Did you
one.
have a comment on us talking about whether you were in a cult or not, Jack?
Yeah, I'd love Jack's input on this. And again, please, I don't want you to feel like because I've always heard you say really, you preach a lot of love and working through issues rather than like being stuck in trauma. So I definitely want to give you the space to give your position on things.
Well, thank you. For me, the cult it's a segregated group and it's a group think, the mass formation type of thing. And that's why I loved in your question, it's the follow the leader mentality. And for myself, no, if you don't resonate with me, go, please go, right? That's what I want.
Trying to corral motherfuckers.
But I do believe the cult, the susceptibility for the cult mindset, it comes from trauma.
Yes.
Most trauma leads to more susceptibility to obedience, and then obedience creates this follow the leader. And that's why
the whole thing would be trauma, right, Jack, including the leader, because I think you're right. And the leader too would be suffering from trauma, and other people would attach some. I don't know if I think the cult leader has, maybe he doesn't have to suffer from trauma.
no, he makes other people
maybe
suffer.
Yeah,
I think you're right about that and that's the thing is, it doesn't necessarily, not every cult's going to have the same flavor of trauma, right? Or be focused on bringing in people with the same kinds of trauma. Maybe some are looking for daddy issues and others are looking for money issues, and some are just looking for, I feel fat and ugly and like ice cream on every Tuesday.
I heard an adage the other day, which was the only difference between a cult and a religion is if the cult lasts long enough without having SA scandals to actually become a religion.
Yeah, and then once you become a religion, you can have all the SA scandals you want.
You got it.
So how is the federal government not traumatizing us deliberately in order to get us to think the way they want?
They are.
And they are. I mean, it's like MK Ultra. They purposely studied that in order to do that.
They bombard us constantly with new scary information, fear porn all the time. And it's an ever-changing target. So you can't really ever wrap your brain around anything. So you trust the expert to tell you where to go and what to do. And they've got, of course, your best interest at heart.
And only they can save us from it too. Only they can save us from it.
Yep.
We're kind of all in a cult.
Well, that's something that these topics seem to have in common.
Speak for yourself, brother. Nobody will accept me.
Claiming to have an answer.
Hang on, 10th. What was that, Cobalt?
Sorry, I was just going to say that well, I agree with that. Something that a lot of these factors are having in common with each other is you have a centralizing force claiming to have an answer of some kind. And they're saying, not only do I have an answer, but it is the answer.
Great
and that's how
point.
you end up, dragging in a lot of people who have these traumas, they're looking for a solution or an answer.
All right, well, we're back to put Jack back in the cult category again, since you don't have to hit all the boxes. If you have to, God dog it, what'd you just say again, girl? Because I lost it. What'd you just say? If you can, dog it, was a good one.
They create a problem and then tell you that they have the answer and it's the only
force that is claiming to not only have a answer, but they're claiming that it is the
Jack claims to have the answer. He won't tell it to you, but he claims to have
it. The answer is to live without fear.
I'm just doing shit differently than
and to love without fear.
No, I can't give him that, yo.
Why? Because it's correct?
No, not because it's correct. Because, Jack, do you live without fear?
Yes.
Do you have fear?
Fear comes up occasionally,
So
but it's not.
So yes, you do have fear. You do fear things, yes?
I fear much less than I ever used to.
That's why I can't give it to him that it's not Colt. He believes that he is the guy who has conquered fear and everything else.
No, he doesn't.
Hesitant. He's told me directly. That's why he's hesitant now.
That must be a different guy then.
He's trying to please you. He's told me directly, no fear. Haven't we been over this, Jack? You have no fear. You said that would be antithetical to my so-and-so. Of course I have no fear.
Well, Joe, you didn't like any of my answers, so I'm trying to find an answer you'll accept. And I'm being honest. I don't live with fears in my head. That
wasn't my question.
You asked me if I live without fear. Okay. So how do I define that? You mean the totality of my existence, 24/7? Do I
Everybody else could answer it in 2 seconds. You're fucking explaining what I'm saying. Everybody goes through fear. It's a real thing. You don't have courage. Courage is by definition the act of overcoming fear. Something you're afraid of. You can't have courage and be unfearful. These things don't match. That's what no man has achieved it. You can't be that guy.
Joe, does fear exist when you're grateful? When you're filled with gratitude, is fear in your awareness?
It's totally feasible. Yes. When people was gratitude with God, they would drop to their knees, and that fear all of a sudden they were full of gratitude. So both can be true at the same time. Yeah.
Gratitude is almost an expression of the opposite of fear, but it can't exist without the other. Your gratitude is acknowledging the absence of whatever it is that you're grateful for.
I think it's perfectly normal to feel all these things, but it's isn't it more kind of how it affects you? You'll hear even Shaolin monks who meditate every single day. They still experience fear, but it's about feeling that fear moving through in the moment and how that impacts your actions.
Right.
How do you
Courage
fear?
is not the absence of fear. It's feeling the fear and pushing through anyway. Only psychopaths don't feel fear.
See, he's back being a cult leader. That part was just a joke.
Listen, I didn't come here to be attacked.
Yep. So can we go back to the question you had asked a while back, Beth, which is it necessarily always a bad thing?
Yeah.
And I'm totally open to other people's opinions on this, but if it requires control and coercion and manipulation, I just don't see how.
I get you. Can someone define a good cult to me? Because I think I'm about to agree with you. Can someone tell me what a good cult looks like?
Well, let's talk about what we talked about before, the Satanic Panic, where they actually convinced us all for nigh on 15 years that it didn't exist, and it was all just a fabrication by Donahue and media that was looking for views. But now, when the victims are actually coming out and going, "Yeah, no, it was real," right?
Okay, so no, so if that was an
answering
example,
your question.
No, she was going into as a cult inherently negative, and it's a good cult. Because of the tactics you have to do to achieve it, it may be negative. And my question was, can you give me an example of a good cult? I'm pretty sure your example was not a good cult.
I'm breaking in real quick. Ricardo, welcome. How'd you find us tonight?
Hello. I came over.
That's my buddy. He's good.
Is it Ricardo Moonrocks or whatever?
Yeah, he's good.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up, brother? He's been on my channel a bunch. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate you. Being extra careful.
If there is a thing as a good cult, someone would be able to point one. Here, we could do bad. 10th just names one. Jonestown, Paul.
Well, you say bad, but I gave you it as good because it's so good that it convinced people it didn't exist.
Just
so I'm not sure what you mean by good.
No, good as in a positive outcome.
Beneficial,
So,
yeah.
There's no
Cult
such
is-
thing.
Cult is short for culture, but it's a cult is a high control group. So I don't think there are good cults, but there are good cultures.
Controlling a motherfucker.
The criticism is what I would push back on. In my experience, most people do not act in their best interests. And if you want good for people, it will require you to manipulate them and control them. It's an unfortunate consequence of just how
you got an argument there.
Hierarchy exists in human societies. Now, I can't point to a good cult. I just say that if there were one, it would have to manipulate and control the vast majority of people in order to achieve good, because otherwise they'd just be crabs in a bucket.
So,
all right, I'll give you one. The cult of the Griffno state. There you go. That's the only good one.
Jack, I see you wanting to chime in. I'll go after you, by all means, sir.
Well, I was just wondering if Paul Enslaved falls under the cult definition. That might be a good one. Could meet the definitions, Joe.
Yes, I would love to go through it. I hadn't forgot I was going to go there. You just gave me an opportunity is all.
Okay, before we hop into that,
all right.
Like when we look at, I think that we, even as parents, like we condition our kids, right? We condition them to learn to do things that are good for themselves, to work hard at different things, and be the best kind of people that they can be. And I think that sometimes that kind of groupthink is necessary for societies to come together and flourish.
Beth, I gotta ask you to give me examples without the kids, because it will poison every bit of our philosophy onward. Can we do adults? Good cult.
Just now, I don't know.
Mormons.
Are there any cults for children?
I can't name a good one, but what I'm saying is, in theory, you could theorize that there could be some circumstances which lead a society to flourishment through those means.
But I don't know if it would fit the bill. Just because a guy or a group is doing something to help motherfuckers, I don't know if a charismatic leader is necessary. Perhaps they're doing it because of some unseen God, and then you'd have to credit him as a character, as a leader, and it breaks what the philosophy is here.
AA is going to be probably your biggest known cult that people consider positive.
There you go. What do you think? AA, I don't know enough about it.
It depends. I mean, there's a lot of people, though, that come out the other side and say it was a bad cult.
Does it agree as a cult? It doesn't have a charismatic leader. There's 80 of them. Does that qualify as cult?
Well,
maybe it does. I don't know.
AA is supposed to be a faith-based, God-based program.
Okay, but that doesn't, by the definitions.
Leader. And you're right there. I think leaders typically change in those groups too, I guess. I don't know.
So it's more of a culture. It's a culture of AA versus a cult.
Okay.
But like with a cult, you fear going any way against the herd. Therefore, creativity to solutions don't arise because you're afraid to question. Your ability to think gets cut off. So I mean,
there'd be a certain amount of that with AA then, right? There'll be a certain amount of pressure not to go outside of thinking like your people do. Yeah.
Or falling outside of it, even with AA. I mean, that's often a fear that, they get sponsors for to help keep one another in the program and not fall off, right?
Right. There'd be a nice little piece of pressure there to stay in line.
So even that would have to have.
It may be good, but it's still it's existing so far.
Is there such a thing as healthy or good fear?
Healthy is a better word.
Yeah, you don't want to play in the middle of the road. You don't want to.
I have a healthy respect for guns. I don't fear guns, but I have a healthy respect for them.
Yes.
Is it just that once we don't like it, it becomes a cult? Is it just that simple?
I think it's kind of.
Could it be that simple? Well, it starts
no,
there, wouldn't
definitely
it?
not.
It starts there, but I think, we took harm out of it. I was going to say
There are
it must
things out
harm
there
to be a cult. And I can remember looking up, the definition of cult years ago, it used to say it must harm, was in the definition.
Yeah.
In
it does
answer
harm
to
people.
Denizen, there are things out there that I would see as a cult that others would not. One of them being Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
Whoever's knocking at the back, you'll have to wait for a spot to open up. Sorry.
Do you pay for drops?
That's a great idea. What do you think? $1 a minute?
That's right. That's
You
usually
gotta
the
have
going
a-
rate.
You gotta have a minimum because niggas can just drop
Yeah,
doubles and
minimum
fuck
of
up your
5
shit.
minutes. Yeah.
Yep.
Minimum of 5 minutes. $1 a minute if you want a seat on the panel. Thank you for reminding me, gentlemen.
Mhm.
I appreciate it.
10th is part of the Griffno State cult.
I would say just doing my job, but apparently that's something wrong.
They are indoctrinating me, and it's going to be good for my future.
Isn't that a
That's what
quote
they
from
all
a
say at the
movie or something?
I have
Anyway,
no
go ahead.
idea. Who was talking? Sorry.
I said that's what they all say at the beginning. They're indoctrinating me, and it's going to be good for my future.
hmm
Would
But
you
let's
guys
stick on the
consider
good
Taylor
cult. Is there a
Swift
such thing as a
as I
good?
would?
Sorry, I apologize.
Go ahead,
You're
Cobalt.
good.
I was going to ask if you guys would consider Taylor Swift's following a cult, because I would. That
It would
Yes.
have to be,
strong
right?
social
But she
response.
doesn't punish outliers, though, does she?
No.
Her fans do. They attack
I
people.
bet they
We
do.
did like 2 or 3, maybe 2 weeks of Taylor Swift stuff on Terrax show. I learned a lot, and my husband watched a lot of those videos. And what they do is they have like a fan base that anybody who says anything bad about Tay, you're fucked.
It's called stan culture.
They'll
and
destroy.
it's
Yeah,
so
they'll
tough.
destroy your job, your life. Yep.
You
Yeah,
should just learn to shake it off.
culty shit.
Take it off. Take it off.
So to answer a question that we had in our chat, Shani, I think for the definition we're using right now is that a cult has to have a charismatic leader, so fraternities and sororities would not fall in that category.
I think we're moving it over into it must have an inherent negative. It must be harmful.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you also
think-
I was
have to be
answering
a
a question.
special member. The
Cult
group
count-
feels
count will be
superior. So if there's feeling superior as part of a fraternity or sorority, then yeah, they could be a cult like Skull and Bones or something like that. You know,
Yes.
secret societies. That's
Yes.
kind of culty because you have
It
to
has
be
to
Yes.
be
special.
Yes. Yes. And I'm
Once
thinking,
again, with
yes.
the secret society, you fall out of that singular charismatic leader, so you would have to move that over to a charismatic message of some sort. That the bigger, better cults don't revolve around a singular leader like the Osho cult did, where now once that leader's gone, the cult is gone. The more surviving duration cults have to have a more a better message that becomes the
survives the
thing
leader.
that survives the leaders.
So I think that you can have a cult without hitting all of the points. And charismatic leader, it looks like you're right, is not 100% requirement. And they can still spread and the same us versus them and keep them out without the charismatic leader. Like say Christianity. Actually, the charismatic leader died a couple thousand years ago, but it's gone on in the many other fucks who will do in small doses, whether it be I don't know, your preacher, or reverend, or whatever.
Peace be
That
upon
brings it-
him.
That brings me back to thinking all groupthink is cults, and we just call it a cult when we don't like it.
Well, I think there's a difference between group thinking and mob mentality.
That brings an inherent negative, positive shit again. Dan, that was my first thought.
Is there
Yeah,
that big of a
the difference
though?
is you don't like one of them.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, so let's. Sorry.
but groupthink, you're not allowed to have any thought outside of the group, whereas brainstorming is you welcome every individual idea inside of a group. So there is
Right.
different types of groupthink, even different cultures
Well,
with that.
Very good.
There's an idea of
Brainstorming-
receptiveness to differing ideas.
Yeah, brainstorming would be the opposite of groupthink.
Yeah.
Right,
That'd be encouraging each individual to contribute to the group.
Right.
Yeah.
right. And you'll see that with more successful businesses. They don't have the high control that fosters groupthink, with organizational behavior. That's part of, one of the things I remember having to study in college was, what is it, into thin air, that where they died in the Himalayas. That was part of the groupthink that got them all killed because, they couldn't think outside the box and they just wanted to follow. But
not allowing outside information. That would be something you couldn't allow if you're a cult. You'd have to have ways to cut it off. Like sequester your people. Or to
like America's really good at not blocking everything.
Yeah.
But it goes through the American filter and immediately becomes communism or socialism or terrorism,
Yeah, they got systems set up already.
They literally let us look at shit that they don't want us to see, but they're so good in showing it in such a way that they get what they want anyway.
Right. So transforming, I get you.
Well, that's black and white thinking, good and evil. It's simplistic thinking. It's not adult thinking.
Right.
I think binary thinking is how most humans operate, and I think the American political system capitalizes on that, pun intended. And that's why we have a left and a right and a blue and a red, because that's the easiest, fastest way to get to 51 versus 49.
Yes, it's very effective in my lifetime.
Probably a majority.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know that the majority think in just actual black and white terms so much as they're inundated with so much information that they tune stuff out and then they don't care. I don't know. I don't find it.
This shit still could be a part of it. The reason they're tuning it out is because it's so filtered and they recognize that the shit's been played with so much they tune it out. His shit still could hold. That is, they transform it to keep the information that they want, that need go to their people. They got to keep them from hearing it. So if it's really make it messy and a person ignores it, it gets the job done.
Overestimating the masses will create a huge blind spot in your philosophical analysis.
Yes, no, I don't overestimate them at all. I'm just saying I don't know that everyone that I've run into thinks in binary.
Check chat, Beth.
Simplistic terms.
Yeah, I am. I'm watching.
Well, I thought we was only
Lindsay's coming after me.
Oh.
Only the cult motherfuckers I think I'd be accusing of in binary terms, good, bad. But the outside people, I'm still not necessarily sold on the argument that just because their shit's convoluted, somehow been transformed, blah, blah, they become binary. I'm not sure I'm going to.
Right. Yeah, that's not been my experience, but I do think a large segment of our populace does think like that. At least 10%, are somewhat neurotic. Yeah, and they unfortunately get a larger voice in our society because they are charismatic and more sure of themselves and projecting their voice. But that doesn't necessarily make that the majority, I guess.
That would blow my mind to find out that's true.
What?
I think it's the exact opposite. It's between 80 and 90% of people who think it's either one way or the other. Less than 10% are even capable of thinking outside a box that's handed to them. And you're talking like 3 to 5% of humans on Earth, never mind this country, which is that are even capable of creative thought at all. Actual creativity, inventing new ways of thinking, new ideas. That's a rarity.
I didn't say that. I said that aren't neurotic, which is black and white thinking. They operate.
Hey, everybody, it's time to start screaming in a high-pitched voice and pointing at Denizen.
I was thinking that 10%, that a large percent was fucked up, black and white thinking. The 10% I thought you were saying their shit is so black and white they've become neurotic. But I would have gave the entire black and white thinking a much bigger number.
I give the whole pie neuroses.
Even if they're not all neurotic. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Even the smart, creative people are nuts.
Well,
yes.
I think that, would you guys agree that like the number of smart and creative people in this country has most certainly been depressed, at least through I blame the school system personally.
I don't know if
Yeah,
the
for
number
sure.
has. I would say the average has for sure, but the number,
Well, yeah, there's
I don't know.
You
there's a
can
larger
create
correlation with high IQ and depression in this country.
a lot of it is genetic, a lot of it is environmental, but you probably can create more creative people in the first 18 months of human development, and we don't pay any attention to that. So I think, yeah, if we
Somebody did a study and that they said the difference. It was really interesting. They took genius people who had genius kids, and what was the difference? It turns out in those early years, they would explain what person think they're too young and don't explain it to a kid. They let the kid sit there and explain it to them from the very beginning, including
right,
them and everything. Seemed to be what the key difference
and
that they found.
and no baby talk either. You talk to
You're
them
right.
like adults, and then
Right.
you don't talk at them. You actually have conversations with them.
Right. They
Actually,
seem to do
baby
that
talk is part
naturally.
of human language development. So baby talk can be, it's called motherese, and so yeah, it can work and still do baby signs and all the other shit. So yeah, I mean,
I
baby
don't know if
talk.
I'm
You don't.
teaching my kid how to. I don't know
Well,
if
you're a
I'm.
father. You would be a father then. That's different. It's not
Yeah.
mother. It's not fatherese. It's motherese. It's a distinct with the
Yeah,
mothers,
yeah,
but
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you
Uh,
do foster critical thinking in the child early on, where they get to push back with higher IQs
You
and
know,
It
I've
is.
I've
depression.
seen that. I've seen the people do that. They use that to teach the kid a thing. Oh, look, boo, 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 and it teaches them certain shit, so it
It is
works.
very odd on a regular basis. I run into scenarios in my real life and online with you people, and I go, "Didn't anybody
You
ever
people.
show you this, or didn't anybody ever teach you how to like use an axe or like just random things?" And people are like, "No." So I hear what you're saying.
All right, sis.
How
I
Some
hear what
people
you're
soon?
don't
saying.
even get taught how to wash their own ass.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say, how soon
it's
before
gay.
everything is done for us
I'd like
and
to
we have no skills left?
What was that, Christy?
I said, well, and you're talking about the depression of basically talent. We're
Yeah.
taking away people's ability to learn things. We're losing skills, and we're relying more and more heavily on technology to do things that if that technology went away, we would no longer know how to do because people, it's died off with other generations. And
lost
That's
I think
true. I don't know if
technology
it's.
can be a cult in and of itself. I think I'm not saying all technology is bad. Please don't mistake that. But technology can become a cult, and
Yes.
that technology can then be used to lead us.
All right. I don't know if
technocracy.
technology
I
itself
agree.
is the
100%.
cult. Can we throw that science is a cult then? Because technology is part
Yeah.
of the gonna be everything of the future. Would that make it cult? Because everybody will be using it. That means everybody at some point will be
Well, no,
cultists.
because you lose the imperative trait.
Yes, you
What
will.
we call science
No,
now is a
question.
cult.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, yeah, I mean, yesterday my kid pointed out that all of these houses around where Elon Musk's AI thing is, are the water is so polluted from the manufacturing of like they said, AI videos of talking dogs. Now there's all this polluted water. I mean, yeah, technology can definitely be a cult. I mean, how
Mhm.
important is talking dogs that
I
we
think
destroy the water? That's absurd.
Yeah. Well, and
I
it's not only that, but the water that comes off of those is warmed water. So it's changing the environment around these waterways because water is meant to maintain a certain temperature, and of course that shifts throughout the year with seasons. But when all of the water coming off of a power plant is now too hot, you change the ecosystem.
Yeah. Yes, you definitely do.
To some degree, of course, right?
Not just to some degree, to a very, very large degree. In fact, you can get algae growths that basically kill off everything else because the water's so warm.
I'm
And
wondering
is
how
it
far that could possibly extend from the source of, well, in this case, power plant. How far could it possibly extend? You need a bunch of them, and they'd all have to
do you know how big these data centers
replicate the
are, Joe?
same
Well,
thing.
not necessarily. The environment is so fragile that if you disrupt it enough, just enough degrees, one plant could be enough to, disrupt that ecosystem. It's just like, if you introduce a foreign disease to a population who's never experienced it before, you're going to wipe them out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like the Native Americans with measles and stuff.
I'm passing up a white joke there. I've exhausted myself on the last panel.
You left the racism behind finally?
No, I'm just being courteous because this is the thing over here. I'm a goofy. I don't want to
I'm picking on you, sweetheart. I'm picking on you.
If you tell me, I'm easily led astray. Don't tell me.
Joe Cool, I don't think I've heard your characteristic laugh once this stream, and I don't think that can stand.
You must have an awesome joke repertoire waiting.
I unfortunately do not. I am not.
You
I
might
wish they were funny. I am not funny.
How about a racist joke?
Yes, please.
You first.
I'm muting now.
Ricardo said you first. That's a good one. That's a punchline without a setup.
They just got a small one, whoever was asking for his laugh.
I got a religious
That's
joke.
what she said.
I'm just kidding.
Well, that's appropriate.
No. Why do you take 2 Baptists with you when you go fishing?
So let's look at if I was going to bring this up. I was going to mention this earlier. Would we consider at least the makings of a cult with that weird community that will only let white people live in it?
Is that a cult? Very good.
Is it the beginnings of one?
Right.
Yes, because it's socially selective.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you wanted an example of a good cult. There you have it.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, pal. Oh, there we go. All right, let's examine it. I dig it.
See, now I can tell what mood Joe is in because I didn't get a laugh. I got a
he wants to fight.
But I've seen him arguing that cult. I think with the exclusionary shit, it's got to immediately be thrown on the list. Could it be good? No, can't be good. I already dismissed it as bullshit. It's nonsense. That mentality sucks.
Okay, so you say that, Joe.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what your opinion was when we did this show about the black only spaces on campuses. Would you also say that is bad?
I'm pretty sure I did say that was bad. I don't think that.
I think you probably did, yeah.
I'm trying to see how it could be good. I don't see how, because at some point you'd have to exclude a motherfucker, which means you'd have to make everything fucking private, every fucking thing private, and
They incorporate it.
And who you exclude, it tells everything. We're talking about healthy as a gauge, or good or positive. Healthy was the word I was using. Is it healthy to exclude someone like no women allowed? Then no, it's going to foster a belief that all women are shitty. If they were excluding under certain criteria, maybe I can maintain that they may be good. But just because of all certain people, it probably means they're shitty.
Well, if it's a men's group, Joe, then women shouldn't be allowed.
Very
I
good.
don't think men's groups.
What about restrooms then? Men and women? Do you believe in that?
Yeah,
I'm down. No.
that's why they should be
I'm down. I
separated.
like a good idea. Yeah,
We're all human.
Well, I mean, I think that it's okay to have groups that exclude, like when you're talking about social groups and you're in multiple groups, it's okay to, like, I grew up in a really Danish town. What if we want to have some Danish cultural thing? It's not that nobody else can join, but it also doesn't mean that's my whole identity and I have to hate everybody who's not in that.
But if your thing right there, it's your shit. And as long as someone else is allowed to join, if you're saying, yeah, you're not Danish, and leaving them at the door, I think one thing, if anybody's allowed to join, as long as you can keep up with the dance steps, that's different.
Can I ask a question at a chat from Chuck? He says, my daughter wasn't allowed to take Black history in high school. That enraged me when I read that. Go ahead.
That's crazy.
There's a lot of that going on, especially now.
Wasn't allowed to.
It wasn't the right color.
That's what he's saying, and it makes me furious.
What were you last stream?
That's a good sign of cult mentality, selective teaching.
Well, I think that it's already selective across the board.
That is a good sign.
It is
standards of
selective.
teaching-
Yes.
Selective thinking.
I
The
agree with
standards
that.
of teaching are completely in the toilet. I think they're intentionally dumbing down our upcoming generations.
So is the Department of Education a cult?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least it's a tool used by one. And I mean, I would go as far as to most certainly list the government as one, right?
Yeah, I think we'd have to change it to like you said. It wouldn't everybody and everything about it couldn't be a cult, but it certainly could be and is a tool.
The government is allowed to propagandize us. That kind of sort of lends itself that direction.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, they took that from Goebbels after World War II. He was a Nazi.
Goebbels.
Yeah,
You say
Goebbels,
gobbles.
yeah. Sorry.
I mean, when you're also experimenting on
His name's Gobbles now.
It's gobbles now.
History has been
Turkey
rewritten.
gumbo.
He gave a mean blowjob.
I wonder if he got teased as a kid with that shit.
Germans, they tease everybody. Yeah.
What do you guys think about the more, I don't know, not like the big cults where, you know, you end up with like Mormonism or even the government, more on like a more minute social level in the bigger scheme of things?
Before we answer your question,
Sure.
Do you think it's a good idea? I'm thinking, because you said big cults, you should have had a couple shorts, you know what I'm saying? Nothing more than a couple of minutes of examples of cults. You know, that could have fed us.
I was absolutely, I was actually going to look. It's been a really weird week. My dad showed up and I wasn't quite expecting it, but I already had this.
I told you don't call me that in public, girl. She didn't get it yet.
It's gonna make me blush. I mean, I do think we've got some pretty good. You know, here's a good one. They had.
Damn, you got her all flustered.
Yeah, I'm a wreck at the moment. Look, my layout on my freaking screen was just a hot mess. I realized I had like no mods in the chat and I was trying to fix it, but it wouldn't let me do a damn thing. So I'm trying here. Super trying. My bad. Yeah. Ooh. Well, Joe, you should have lots of cult videos, right?
I guess I do, but most of them are called police videos, and they're longer than I might like.
What do you guys think about the whole ICE situation?
Let me find some shorts. I'm gonna mute for a second and send you a couple things.
Sorry, since you want to put me on the spot, I'll pass it back at you.
I'm gonna mute before I start saying shit.
Joe,
while Joe is looking for that stuff, I want to state, because what you guys brought up earlier, I mean, don't get me wrong, I agree that they have brought the average thinking capacity down, but I don't know that people have historically, there's a reason that there's an esoteric and an exoteric. An exoteric is what most people are always going to follow in any religion, any type of thing, because most people don't really want to put much thought into things. They just don't want to. One of the good examples where you can see that, and this is also going to apply toward creativity and things, is the Milgram experiment, where the obviously somebody else knows who it was.
Thank you. I was going to bring up the Milgram experiment.
Yeah, in the Milgram experiment, they basically the person that's being experimented on was the person holding the buzzer. The person, they had somebody sitting next to him that would ask questions to this guy in a room who was fake hooked up to electrodes and whatnot. And
I remember that. Yeah.
And when he would hit the button, the light would go off in that room, and then that person would start acting like they were getting shocked and scream and yell. And 80% of people did, even whether they thought this was wrong or not, didn't have the mental fortitude to get out of the box to say, no, fuck you. I ain't hurting this guy because he answered a question wrong. I don't care what you say, dude. And that was only 20% of people. So I don't know that anything more than that 20% has ever been a thing. I think most people are lemmings.
Agreed.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that was that was something in my ethics class, and the moral reasoning behind why some people kept going, that differs as well. So
There was
they weren't all monolithic, I guess you would say, but they had different reasons.
I understand that. Some of them enjoyed it. Some of them didn't have the wherewithal to question authority. I understand there was numerous reasonings behind it. None of those people, that all conglomerates into 80% of people that are just going to do what they're told.
Are you here, Beth?
Each of the experimentees,
I'm here. Sorry, I'm pulling some videos.
Each of the
I think you might have someone in the back.
to question themselves during the experiment, but most of them responded to continuing with the experiment just to listen to
Get that banner up.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm on it.
Yeah,
I'm multitasking. Sorry, hang on. RML.
Hello. Hi. It's RLM.
That's her. Yeah, she's good, yo. She's good.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Sorry for the wait.
No, you're good, love. No worries.
It's been a little crazy here.
I know how it is. Trust me. But great conversation. I've been listening for a while. I came over with the raid with Ortho.
Oh, nice.
So,
Welcome.
Yeah. Excellent conversation. My first time here with you guys. So salute.
Awesome. Salute.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've started doing some awkward topics on weekends. I think it's fun.
It's different. It's a nice change up. I did want to ask a quick question though. Isn't the word cult imply like inherently bad?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it kind of like an oxymoron to find a good cult?
Yeah.
I believe
military
so.
intelligence.
I think the only reason for bringing it up the way that I did was more of to explore the thought. Is there any possibility of there being something along those lines, a positive spin on it? But in all actuality, it comes down to control. And so therefore, I mean, where do we draw the lines between freedom and the betterment of a society, right?
Right.
Even if that was the goal, was for the betterment of a society.
And also when it comes to control, does control necessarily always have to be bad? Some people operate well under control, right? Controlled systems. I mean, I heard you bring up the Mormon church, and I was raised Mormon. I'm not practicing. And I would say that although it's considered a cult, quote unquote, I mean, I got great values, a great foundation. My parents were married 54 years, no alcohol, no cigarettes, no drugs, no infidelity, because of the way that we were active in the church. So yeah, it's a different level of control when it comes to religion. I'm not going to take that away from it. And it does have its stigmas, obviously, when it comes to the polygamy sectors out there in Utah. But that control kept me out of a lot of trouble.
Well, yeah. And that can be good for kids growing up, especially depending on the community and the regions that you're in, right?
Right.
Ben, can you hold it down for me for just a minute?
You betcha.
And in fact, actually, yeah, give me just a minute.
Take that comment down.
What comment?
And this is what she's saying right there is
On
what
the
I was
screen.
saying, that most things are actually more for the esoteric person or the exoteric person. And the exoteric message, it's only when you get into the esoteric that you really start finding them weird details. The exoteric message of a lot of these groups is actually pretty solid. Mormons being one of them. They're actually, you can call them a cult, but the things that they produce is a lot of very decent people that live in very conditions.
I'm convinced now more than ever, my definition of cult is when it becomes socially unacceptable.
Subjective then.
Yeah.
I agree.
Because these are all cults, all of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Human organizations are almost all cults, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be good or bad, positive or negative, because like I'd say most corporations are overall negative, but we accept them. So wherever that window of social acceptance is, that's where the definition cult takes effect.
And that's the thing, because the person. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm real fast. Wouldn't secrecy make it the cult? Because if you have full transparency and there's no secrets, then it really can't be a cult, because it would have to be socially acceptable in every way.
Why would that be? The people in the cult accept it, and they're the only cult members. I mean,
right? Like the CIA doesn't have any secrecy. Or transparency, sorry.
That's my point. That's what makes it bad. If it's not a secret cult, like if they don't have secrets, then it's not bad, right?
Well, we think it's bad though.
But other people may think it's good, so therefore it's subjective.
It has social acceptance.
Yeah.
Right.
I disagree.
And they're not like nobody else is calling it a cult. As a matter of fact, you have antisocial behavior, and you're a domestic terrorist because you call it a cult.
True.
Right.
So then everything comes down to subjective opinion.
Everything.
Pretty much.
Most things in life.
Wait. Says that all the time. He's like, that's subjective, and I'm like, oh, it drives me crazy. Because when you think about it, it's true. I'm like, okay.
Everything's about your fifis.
Everything.
And as a very social group, like humans are extremely social, despite all this rugged individualism that gets shoved down your throat 24/7 in this country. We're kind of like a mass, an eco mass on another huge, like Earth-sized eco mass, and so there's a lot of hive mind and a lot of groupthink. We're very similar in our thinking. We're kind of like 1.8 billion strong cult.
That's a good point. I think one thing that always bothers me, though, is when something negative does turn up. I think that it's a lot harder to get the people within the group to accept the bad and change their mind, right?
True.
That's human nature, though. I mean, who likes change? Not many people do, unless they're absolutely batshit crazy.
Same thing if I tell you that your employer is screwing you over, your governor is stealing from you, and your congressman has his hands in your pocket, though.
Right.
You're not going to believe any of that. Whoever it was that said it's easier to lie to a man than it is to convince him he's being lied to, that person was a genius.
Mark Twain.
Yep.
Oh, that figures. Of course, it was him. That dude was the GOAT.
He was the GOAT. There's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. That's also Mark Twain. I love that.
Lies, damn lies, and then statistics.
Mr. Joe Cool here sent me a video on the Jonestown.
Maybe start with the. Okay, go ahead. Because some of my shorter. Maybe start last to first, because I think.
Well, then I had to step away for a second to take care of the wood stove. So I gotta upload the other. Well, you gotta open the others.
All right, the Jonestown are the longest one, but it would have deserved the most attention.
It deserves the most attention.
Yeah, because of how disastrous it turned out.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is everybody up there? Is everyone?
Did you send her the Rajneesh cult by chance?
I did, not only because I didn't want to fucking try and spell it, but that would have been a good one.
Well, just put Osho, O-S-H-O. Osho's his nickname, the Osho cult.
All right,
and it'll pull it up. That one is a really good one to talk about because they had political implications because they imported so many people. They overrode the county votes. The FBI had to come in and dig them out.
Wow.
That one, yeah, let's find that one for next, because by all means, I definitely want to look at some that have the political side of things as well. Sorry again for my little bit of fumbling here. It's been a weird couple of days, but let's check this out. Thank you, Joe.
Drinking the Kool-Aid is a popular idiom used today, often in a political context. But it has a dark origin to the phrase. You might think you know the story of Jim Jones, but the popular account masks a more complicated and disturbing reality. Jim Jones ran the People's Temple from San Francisco, but the history of the church is a bit complicated. After starting in Indianapolis and traveling down to Brazil for a time, the main takeaway is that Jones always had one target for parishioners, or minorities. According to New West magazine, he mobilized San Francisco's African-American community in a crucial swing block. He was so powerful that few dared challenge him at the time, and he became what New West called one of the most politically potent religious leaders in the history of the state.
A guy like my dad found out what you wanted to hear and see and showed it to you.
In 1977, when the State Department seemed poised to intervene in a child custody case relating to Jonestown, San Francisco's politicians and local radicals leapt to defend Jones. Activist Angela Davis asked the San Francisco DA to drop all admirer of communism.
I have always hated. That was the first time I heard Angela Davis got involved on his side.
Yeah,
that would
yeah,
have been
there was a
early
lot
on.
of
He was
political-
running
Talking
town
on.
to town. He was charismatic too in the early days. I would have bought his message. I remember looking at it, and then he started going church to church to church, and then he. But his message in the beginning, yeah, I'd have bought it.
Does skin color matter when it comes to cults?
He had
Elijah Muhammad.
white, black. He had everybody in there.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
No, I don't.
Well, I think he would,
unless your cult is built on that, though, right?
right. I would think Jim would say it does matter.
Okay.
That he deliberately targeted minorities.
Yes, he would have had a considering bigger population of black folk, right?
I also find people of other ethnic backgrounds other than white very attractive.
I would say I get along with black folks in America more because they're more likely to question the system and not trust it. It's
Good thing
inherent
you
in their
ain't gay.
culture.
That's
So-
what I also, we never get that then, but when I do the race thing and the blacks are more violent thing, I want to say you have no idea what it is. We've been hating and not trusting these motherfuckers. It's going to make you have a different attitude toward approaching them, nigga.
Well, sure. I mean, look at what happened with Move in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I
Blew
would.
them up, set them on fire.
It would technically qualify as a cult. However, if you ask the people within it, though, I mean, that would have been, from their standpoint, would it be considered a good one?
Well, I don't think. I'm going to go with healthy because they were taking shit that didn't belong to them, destroying shit that didn't belong to them. So, and some of the philosophies, I guarantee you, would turn out unhealthy too. They had some really weird shit about them. I forgot some of the shit that I hold against them already. But yeah, they had cult indicators for sure. Like they felt like they can just go take over a building in the name of the Freedom Foundation. Y'all owe us this building. You know, that's nonsense.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to try not to click the wrong thing again.
To stop his work for social justice. In a letter to then President Jimmy Carter, California State Assembly member and future San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown called Jones a rare human being and a leader of the First Order.
Did his message at the time resonate with you?
Yes, yes, yes.
That didn't age well.
No sexism, racism.
Even San Francisco Supervisor Harvey
seen
Milk
the
begged
earlier
Carter not to
tapes.
unleash the State
I'd have
Department
bought
on
it.
Jones. Had Jones not received so much protection from these people, as well as others like Mayor George Moscone and Governor Jerry Brown, People's Temple
I
might have
remember
been
that.
investigated in 1977
That's the one that got
before he
killed.
managed to flee to South America. Even there, it seems Jones expected the city to defend him. In a tape recorded just before the massacre, Jones said, "The people in San Francisco will not take our death in vain, you know." While Jonestown was portrayed as a multiracial utopia, the reality more closely resembled a Soviet labor camp. What's often overlooked is that Jones was an admirer of communism and his political ties were with the far left. Thanks to the survivors of the massacre,
Excellent.
America learned how Jones mentally broke his followers.
No, Jack dropped out a while ago. This one reminds me a lot of what is it? Children of God, the Family International with David Berg. He did a lot of the same things, except it didn't end quite the same way. Okay, it didn't all die.
Thank God.
However, kind of like with the Jeffs family, there's there's that involvement of people that we're not gonna go into because
I get it.
but unfortunately, just another. Oh, there's a good one. Are you guys familiar with what's her name? She went by Mother God. She had a little mini cult. Dr. Phil had her on.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Joe,
Oh,
do you remember the native queen of Canada when she said she was the queen of Canada?
I do.
No.
I thought I'd
vaguely
never pull
remember
it out
that.
the bag, but yes, I do. I think it was a black chick, right? No, it's not her.
No, she
I'm
was
thinking
Native American, but it was just funny.
it was a crazy black chick who I'm thinking of. Thought she
Oh,
took
I
over
got
the
it.
country or something.
I got a
This
real crazy one. I'll
Nexium.
show you next. Yeah, that one
Nexium's
too.
one. That's freaky.
Yeah, they branded their members, right? And it was only the elite that could even join
Well,
that.
now, can they be considered in the cult though, like in that arena? Because I don't know that they had any overall message. They were just a bunch of sexual freaks that traded human beings and treated them like animal. Well, I don't think you should even do that shit to animals, but treated human beings horribly. I don't know that they had like a cult has to have some kind of a message that it stands behind, some type of a.
Well, I'm sure they would have said they had a message. I don't even know what you're talking about, but they would have argued that they have a message.
The James Jones?
I never heard anything about a actual message or things like that they were giving, just that they were trading and selling humans as sex slaves.
Keith Rainier was somewhat charismatic narcissist that definitely gaslit them into joining and then leaving the country.
Yeah, you gotta
It's
have
more like
something to get them there. Yeah.
He was a lot like Manson.
Could ask a question from the chat. Sarah the Raging Tomato asks, has anyone asked the question whether Jesus himself was a cult leader?
Let's see. Charismatic leader, yes. Control. We get a problem with that. Keeping
Abandon your parents, give up your possessions, follow me only.
That's
only through me is the way to salvation.
100%.
I would argue though that so yes, by definition. However, I think it becomes far more of a cult status once Rome comes in and kind of hijacks it and really uses it to form society into the way that they wanted it to go.
I agree, but then gave good arguments that would have arisen before it was usurped by these characters.
Jesus,
I am the way, only the way. You can't make it except through me. That's every smacks of cultures, and I'm just saying it just marked a category. Not saying
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I just don't see the kind of punishment or ostracization that you would expect to see happening in the now. Like
yes, you would need.
If you tell me you don't believe in heaven, so why the fuck do you care? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go my way. You go your way. Much love to you.
Well,
if you
aside
want to
from
leave,
the eternal hellfire.
if you want to stop believing in Jesus, there is.
Is it a net positive or a net negative? That's the thing.
Oh, we found our positive cult.
The thing before Rome, though, the Christians were literally killing each other over competing doctrines.
Yeah.
And this is part of what Constantine had a problem with. Constantine's like, listen, we got to not be doing this in my empire.
That's why they had the Nicene Creed and had them all meet in Nicaea to hash it out for several days to figure out what it is they actually believed
that's when
in.
one of the most based moments happened, where the real Saint Nicholas, right? The real Saint Nicholas, not like Santa Claus. Yeah, he literally knocked a bitch ass profligate out. All right.
I think.
Didn't he also reassemble 2 dismembered children out of a pickle barrel?
Well, I don't recall that. I don't recall.
They need to make a movie.
I don't know about that one.
I'm pretty sure that's one of his big miracles.
Where else would you keep dismembered children?
Very good.
I'm on it, Joe.
Pickle barrel. Very good.
Let's get through this one. I got a good one for you next that'll freaking flip your head, and it's actually very modern, fairly recent.
I don't know if you guys considered food deprivation.
Oh, sorry, what?
No, I was just gonna say MLMs. Definitely have cult vibes to them. Not necessarily, the single leader aspect, but whoever your upline is definitely the cult leader of your group.
Trump started one of those too before he ran for president.
Yeah. Most like most corporations are just feel culty to me. I ain't even gonna lie
Yep.
to you. The fake smiles and shit, like
A
insurance.
smile can be heard.
The HR department.
Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Sorry.
can you
Bucky.
leave without being attacked? That should be one we consider too, as we ain't talked about. Because the Christianity shit, you could leave, and pretty much in most cases. The one you guys are talking about now looks like
Sorry
you can
about that,
leave.
Dustin.
Nobody leaves the Mormons.
Yeah, it depends on which sect of Christianity.
Yeah, that's very true.
Speaking of cult leaders,
I was just gonna say, you're
Also-
very welcome. The powder
I-
ducky.
I hear Taylor.
I need to push back on the claim that it was less of a cult until my great grandpa got a hold of it. It was more of a cult, and then it became culture.
word.
Huh.
Because
It became more socially acceptable and lost its cult depth.
right.
I meant that in the sense that if you take Jesus' message as his message and extend it today, without the Christian usurping and throwing them in there, they're gonna divert. You got all sorts of fucked up people you can go to no end. Jesus' message today, is it cult? Is it healthy?
Are you Jesus' message as distinct from the Christian
That's-
message? Are you?
Yes, as distinct. I guess the way. I guess
Now
you
you're
may
gonna
have a
get us
cult.
in a whole new fight, Joe.
I view.
Yeah.
Go ahead and skip this one. That one's gonna have some real strong opinions that I don't think really need to be.
That
on.
is true.
Which one is?
I have an answer for it, but I don't. I mean, I don't know. I just got here. I'm not going to try to pull the whole conversation off. Quick.
Holy war! Let's go.
I just knew if I started talking about Constantine, you'd have to pop up somewhere.
Damn it! You got my vulnerability.
Could it possible? Okay, let me try again from this way. If Jesus, this message was peace, mercy, forgiving, all of that shit. Everybody who believes that shit, is that a cult? If we believe it and everybody following Jesus, but you leave out the, I don't think Jesus say kill other people or whatever. Are you in the cult just because you follow that message?
He would be persecuted again today, just like we ran
Yes.
Jack off.
Yeah, his message was institute. It was
Thank you, Denizen.
scaled. It was scaled up dissociation.
Oh,
Is
Jack
how
off.
I view
That's funny.
It's almost like he's the Antichrist to him.
Mhm.
It
I do
almost
not
felt to
find
me
it
like
positive. No, and
I think Jack.
absolutely it's a cult.
Sorry.
Oh.
So
I think
again, it depends if it's socially acceptable. That determines whether or not it's a cult.
Does it?
Well,
I
we're
guess
talking
so.
about a social system, right? So it would.
I mean, it'd have to have an inherent negative. I think that's what Dennison is going with the
So-
socially acceptable.
So
shit.
basically, you're trying to say that when it gets big enough, it's not a cult anymore.
Correct. We stopped calling it a
Is
cult.
that what you're saying?
Yeah, then it becomes a religion or a culture.
Yep, we start calling it a religion or a culture.
We call it a political party.
Yeah, I was thinking government is definitely a cult, and it's bigger. It's massive. It's still a cult.
Where did I stumble into the libertarian struggle session, brother? This is
I just
crazy.
look. You're gonna.
I
You're
mean,
gonna
you came
join
to
us.
the cult
You're gonna
mentality
join us.
panel.
Oh, believe me, it's not struggling. You know why there's only that the dumbass Republicans and the dumbass Democrats only actually make up about 30 to 40% of the electorate, because the rest of us hate you. Everybody else has just been quiet for a very long time, but that's stopping.
Who hates what? Who hates what?
I've been hearing that my whole life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And how's
What's
shit
happening?
going?
I missed it. Say that again, Ben. What's going on?
I said the reason that the Republicans and the Democrats only make up 40% of the electorate is because the rest of us hate them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we all hate it, and we always have hated it. I agree with Denizen, though. Like, we've heard this shit our whole lives, and it like.
Yeah, Ron Paul still got
your whole
10% of the
life
vote.
popping off like they are now.
Because the economy, bro.
Have you taken the social
Ross Pro,
temperature on
10%.
Well, if y'all are the majority,
And see, Ross and Ron, they were the goats. Normally, they only get 5%.
if y'all are the majority, why don't y'all vote?
Because it's a fake ass system and we all know it.
Yep.
And
You
so
guys cheat like a motherfucker.
It's like
Anyone who believes that votes count is hilarious.
That's like saying if you guys don't like the system, join the system.
Yeah.
Both sides admit it. You're like, fuck yeah, but both sides cheat out their ass completely. And anytime a third party, they've made it impossible for a third party to candidate, which you can say Ron Paul was the GOAT, and he was. The only reason he got 5% is because they wouldn't let him on the main stage because they're cheating motherfuckers, even though he met every requirement. Because
That's true. That did happen. That's a historical fact.
Third party show up because they control it, and the rest of us are real tired of it.
I don't know if that's the only reason, but what that did happen to him. You're right about that.
I don't even know who Ross Perot is.
Baby.
Like I said, adorable.
Oh my gosh.
Baby Papa?
But I would agree with what he said.
Hey, first off, y'all was calling me old earlier, like 3 days ago. Calm down.
You're not old. You're just out of shape.
Fair enough.
What was that, Cobalt?
I was just gonna agree with him. You know, you can even if you're not taking a specific political side. I'm not, very political. I've, been exposed in the past to, being in a situation where, yeah, there's Republican, oh, there's Democrat, oh, there's other options. But the second you say that, you become a socialist or a
fringe.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's why we call them a cult.
Yep.
Because then also, and you can watch this today, this is why the country is getting so polarized against them.
Mm-hmm.
They both do the most horrible, awful things, and then it's okay when their side does it, and the other side they'll call out.
Hey,
and
Joe,
it's disgusting to watch.
Joe, does this not reminisce from early today? Everybody does it.
It's just because everybody does it. Does that mean they should do it?
Do what?
Everybody does what?
I think OG is somehow gather people together to fight your cause. I think that's what he was talking about earlier. But he could speak for himself.
No, pretty much. Everybody tries to galvanize allies and form some type of organized unit for various reasons.
I'm a proud cult leader.
But when I do it, it's a problem.
Exactly. You guys want to get through the Jonestown one? I've got a crazy.
No. Skip, because it was 10 minutes long. Skip 3 minutes. Let's see the last part. Fuck all the details. Let's get
I would like to say that I do not do that.
I got a really good one next that I can't believe you guys have never.
You can't ask these people what they want. You got to tell them what they're going to get.
You said go to the last
3 minutes. Yeah.
No, there's a president right there.
What, 10 minutes long? You said.
Yeah. So just like the last 3 minutes to be like watching a long short, and it should be the exciting. That's a bad word for
okay.
it. The dramatic stuff.
Okay, here we go.
Temple through its membership.
Zero. Everybody, please feel free to send money to my Cash App so you don't have to watch commercials anymore. That would be lovely.
And what I'm about to tell you from the poor echelons of American society, the group itself was far from poor. Jones's well-funded operation had around $27 million in total assets. These included $7 million in cash stashed away in Venezuelan and Panamanian bank accounts. According to the New York Times, the members of the People's Temple left all the liquid assets to the USSR with the explanation, we as communists
It's like
want
over
our money to
100
be a
million in
benefit
today's
or help to
dollars.
oppress
Really?
peoples all over the world,
I didn't
or
know
in
that.
any way that your decision-making body
This is
sees fit.
hilarious.
The Times report drew heavily on the activities of Jones loyalist Maria Casares, who was tasked with organizing the delivery of some of the funds to the Soviet embassy in the Guyanese capital. She visited Panama and Venezuela several times, suggesting she was Jones's primary financial go-between.
I got confused with
Jones's
this
wife,
in Heaven's
Marceline,
Gate.
left another note transferring money in Canada and the Bahamas. Again, a sign that the
Heaven's Gate.
These are
was
the
a
Kool-Aid
real weird
people.
one. Heaven's Gate.
Heaven's Gate with the castration people.
Yeah.
With
the
one of them.
Oh, so
Kool-Aid.
these are the Nike guys
Kool-Aid comes from. This is where Dragon Kool-Aid comes from.
Yeah.
with the Nikes, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, no, I'm on the right one. I get confused with all these.
No,
weirdos.
not this one. This one. These guys didn't have the Nikes. These guys were more like.
These guys.
Well, who were the Nikes?
Heaven's
The
Gate.
Nikes is Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, but they also drank Kool-Aid, right?
Yes, but this is
Bro, you know
Okay,
the
all right, all right, all right.
Pudding.
No, you know the scary thing is Heaven's Gate still operates a website.
I can't keep track of these lunatics.
This is where the Kool-Aid came from. They make cyanide in it.
Yeah.
Yep, and then they took
It
shifts.
doesn't appear the USSR ever received the money, and Moscow refused to comment on the matter.
Look like he's
While
already
most of the
dead on
Jonestown
there too,
massacre
by the
took
way.
place in the commune,
Yeah,
a
they
second,
already
smaller
talking about. Back
massacre
up,
was taking
Beth.
Oh, I
place
remember
at
that,
People's
dude.
Temple head.
Do what,
Back up,
Joe?
Beth, cause back up,
How
cause the
far?
massacre's already occurred.
All you
Until we
dickheads
visually
talk
see
way
it.
too much.
Yeah,
Oh
see if
my
you see
lord.
anything about the massacre on there. All the bodies in over there in Africa or South America, I think they were.
Here you go, Joe.
Cisco
Right.
Democrats ran
One
cover
chi-
for
a
Jim
child that
Jones.
survived
California Democratic Congressman Leo Ryan broke
Yeah.
ranks with his party to investigate. After New West magazine published a damning article regarding abuse in Jones's cult, the People's Temple moved to Guyana, where members were reportedly forbidden to leave. Ryan went there to investigate and lost his life as a result. Before we go any further, we need to briefly explain the geography of Guyana. Jonestown is about 140 miles outside of the capital city of Georgetown, in the middle of the jungle. The nearest airport is 60 miles away, on what is mostly a dirt road over uneven terrain. So Jones chose this location to make it very hard to get in and out of his utopia, and that played to his advantage. Accompanying Ryan was journalist Tim Reiterman, who published his experiences in the San Francisco Examiner in 1978. Reiterman said Jones carefully choreographed the visit to make Jonestown look like a thriving settlement.
Whatever the comments are, there are some people here who believe that this is the best thing that ever happened to them in their whole life.
But the charade collapsed when two members handed Ryan a note begging the congressman to save them. At least 14 more joined them in their attempt to escape, something Jones wouldn't tolerate.
What is your wish today? To go back home. And where's home? U.S.
Before the group even left Jonestown for the airport, things got very dicey. A few church loyalists inspected the trucks carrying the fleeing members, and that culminated with Congressman Ryan having a knife held to his throat. Cooler heads prevailed, and they all thought they were in the clear to return to the U.S. Unbeknownst to Ryan, however, a member of Jones's Red Brigade, Larry Layton, had joined the defectors as a saboteur. After arriving in Port Kaituma for their flight home, Layton signaled to a handful of men in a tractor who'd been following the party.
I turned to Larry Layton. I said, "They're killing everyone. They're killing everyone." And then he shot me 3 times, point blank.
In the resulting firefights, Ryan and several others were killed. In 1986, Layton would be the only person convicted for the killings. Speaking to a packed house at Lincoln Land Community College in 2014, People's Temple financial secretary and Jonestown survivor Deborah Layton declared nobody committed suicide at Jonestown. It was a massacre.
I mean, it's like 900 people, so no, it wasn't all suicide.
With those words, Layton busted Jonestown's most enduring myth, that it was history's largest mass suicide. In a 2021 Time magazine article, Odell Rhodes, who survived Jonestown, agreed. Although some followed Jones's order, 300 children and infants were forced to drink the cyanide-laced flavor aid. And yes, it wasn't even Kool-Aid, it was the other brand of sugary drink. If the kids weren't willing to sip the poison, their mothers were ordered to squirt the drink into their mouths with a syringe. Gruesome scene haunted witnesses for years, with one worker writing, "Can't sleep. Can I get the small children out of my mind?"
This is a beautiful place here, and it's fun over here. It's really good.
As for the adults who didn't want to go along with the plan, Jones had a solution for them as well. Rhodes said he saw them herded back to the pavilion at gunpoint and coerced into drinking the poison. According to a Guyanese pathologist, up to 90% of Jonestown's victims were forcibly injected, shot, or strangled.
Wow.
So, yes, Jonestown was
Wow.
really a mass murder. Among the few who definitively died by suicide was Jones himself. According to a Washington Post interview with his son Stephen, Jones was too prideful to let anyone else kill him. Despite the fact that the People's Temple drew its membership from the poorer echelons of American society, the group itself was far from poor. Jones's well-funded operation had around $27 million in total assets.
That was there. You happy you got to see your massacre?
Well, yeah, I'm glad everybody got to see a breakdown and know what the fuck.
Quote of
tent
the
man
day.
ain't even saw it before, apparently.
I got
No,
a crazy
no,
one.
I just was
What's
confused
quote
by
of
the
the day?
details. It wasn't all suicide.
90%.
Well, we knew that.
That's what she said. I'm like, what is happening right now?
But it was portrayed as a mass suicide. It came
Yeah, it
out that
was.
the
There was
young
a
ones,
movie
and you had some defectors, but they make it look like most of them. The entire my life, they made it look like most of them. It was they did it on their own.
So to clarify the details, because no one responded in chat. So there were 2 different Kool-Aid cults?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I thought there was only one. That freaks me out.
What's the Hail Bop comment?
Oh, hell,
That's Heaven's Gate.
That's Heaven's
Is
Gate.
that Kool-Aid too?
Yeah,
No,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
not Kool-Aid.
Oh,
That's the
wow.
Heaven's Gate cult.
Yeah.
So the Kool-Aid comes from the Heaven's Gate cult. That was what was popularized in media, but it was actually pudding that they ate.
Yeah.
1 second. The other lady's trying to say something.
Jonestown came first.
Yeah, Jonestown came first, Cobalt. Now I got a good one. This one's actually this woman. The name of the cult was Love Has Won. This was run by a woman. Her name, she went by Mother God, and her name was Amy Carlson. Amy Carlson. Oh, do you know this one, Dusty?
No, I know Till Swan though. I would join Till Swan's cult for some reason. I don't know why, but I know I would.
Yeah, she's culty.
Do y'all want to hear about a really nefarious cult?
Maybe after Beth present hers. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Right. I'm just gonna go ahead and say what everyone's thinking now.
Okay.
Oy vey, Goyim.
No, not that one.
Peace be upon him.
I just really need to like.
No, this one's Japanese. This one's Japanese.
Oh, they had some weird ones for sure.
Domi Origato, Mr. Roboto.
Hey, look, that Mr. Roboto is a bad guy. All right.
I'm playing this one just to trigger all the men on panel. Have fun.
Kilroy.
Have fun, guys.
I am God.
Oh God,
This is Amy Carlson.
Jesus fucking motherfucking Christ. Who I am.
Her followers believe she is God. But others allege a culture of abuse.
Oh, that's cat abuse.
It's a lot of mental manipulation, a lot of brainwash.
We're a cult because we see the truth.
This is False Gods. And this episode is about Amy
I was
Carlson,
saying these clowns.
aka Mother God.
You've seen these ones?
I've seen her, yeah.
For 15
Did she
years,
fuck on the
Carlson's
first
led a
date,
group
though?
that today calls itself Love Has Won.
She did a
The
huge
dozen or
interview
so
with
core
Dr.
members
Phil.
live shacked
Like
up
2
together
parts.
in an incredibly stressful house in Colorado.
I'm grateful to have these moments, to be able to express myself.
The web-savvy New Age outfit used daily live streams to recruit followers from across the world.
Bro,
who
they gotta
donate
be
regularly to keep the group afloat.
Yeah, I'm calling it quick,
These
right?
broadcasts
Cold.
claim everything society teaches us is a lie.
As long as you choose love, you're always going the right direction.
The group is facing accusations of fraud, brainwashing, and abuse. Yet its followers seem to genuinely believe
I'm
that
gonna
Carlson
trigger
is a
Joe.
divine being.
She didn't have the ego programming like we do. Someone needed to break out of it first. Mom just was in full consciousness from her whole life. She earned where she is at consciously. And that's really why, she just is the example, because we are not at that consciousness level. Nowhere near.
Jackie.
Love
The way
Has Won
she
say
talks.
Carlson has been trying to save humanity.
This is what kills me is you hear these people who are following her, right? And you hear how they're
Yeah.
talking, but then look at how she behaves.
Psycho.
Mother God. But they're like, we're nowhere near. How do I personally don't understand how you can get to that mentality where you're seeing that kind of behavior and still put yourself beneath it? Does that make sense?
That's,
It
I mean,
does.
that's
I think
part
a
of
lot
the
of
training.
society has that.
Yeah.
A lot of
That's-
like
People are dysregulated.
women are not held accountable for the most part for their actions.
it's-
At this point
dudes
in a
do that
lot of-
shit too.
In a lot of
Right.
Dudes too.
liberal
Most of
society.
these cult leaders are dudes.
Look, Paul did it. This is exactly what Paul would do. The first time you meet Paul, he would cross all the social boundaries to establish the fact that this is president, and
Right.
then from there you just continue to where O'Shea's calling his mom and asking her if she's fucked black dudes, like shit
Oh,
like that.
Jesus.
You're gonna
Yeah, no.
crack up at how this one ends, at least. 'Cause
Let me trigger Joe first at 2 seconds. Joe,
Oh,
didn't
Lord.
you join a cult in Colorado once?
He's talking about, I guess you're talking about the cult of Brent.
Just asking.
Brand.
I don't know that.
I don't know.
More
cult is
lore
that,
that's
Joe?
over my pay grade.
Yeah.
Still in it.
tell.
Still
It's
in
some
it.
season 1 shit.
For 19 billion years, reincarnating over and over. They say that she birthed all of creation and will soon lead 144,000 chosen ones from this tired old world into a new mystical fifth dimension. But it's not hard to find people whose lives have been shattered by Love Has Won.
So let's call it what it is, a cult.
I do feel that it's a cult, it's a scam, and nothing will be able to change my mind that it's not a cult.
We're a cult because we see the truth and other people can't. But apparently, if you
that's
follow
culty as
the
fuck.
collective mentality
Yeah,
of
yeah.
what everybody else is doing, you're not a cult. Well, why? It's a group of people who all believe the same insanity. The collective all believes the same insanity, but yet they're not called a cult. We're called a cult of what? Love?
Love Has Won has a revolving cast of 20 full-time members. All have left their old lives behind to join Carlson.
Sounds harmonious.
They spend their time bringing in
What, Joe?
I was gonna say she got two people that stood by though. Two
Mhm.
dudes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta have some pussy, bro.
I'm
Is she trying to sell shampoo to that bald dude?
That's way down.
Sure looks like that.
Well, he's
doesn't
got to
it?
wash his beard.
100%.
I'm gonna speed it up just a little because they be talking.
I'm so glad I just muted because I snorted.
donations via live stream, selling new age merchandise, and attending to Carlson's every need. The 44-year-old's devoted followers call her mum, or Mother God. And over the years, Carlson has been joined by several father gods.
Father and mother of all creation are here on the planet.
Hi, everybody.
Greetings, love beans.
One of them was Andrew Pafaki, who, after walking away from a deadly teenage car crash, went seeking a spiritual mission in life with Love Has Won.
Arrived in Denver Airport, took a 5.5-hour taxi ride south to the middle of nowhere in Colorado. As soon as I got out of that taxi and walked in that front door, I realized I made a grave miscalculation. Everybody there was on a mushroom trip. And currently none of us
That's a good thing.
Scared the crap out of me.
A group mushroom trip, I don't know who created the story because we don't know anybody who did that.
After spending 10 months as a lover and a babysitter to Carlson, Pafaki left Love Has Won.
We love you. This is Mother God.
Amy, at that point in time, was definitely one of the most brilliant, insightful people I've ever met. But it all changed after dinner. She could drink like I've never seen before. She would fill a highball glass,
Mother God
almost
got
full
it
with vodka and
muted,
just, spritz water on top. She'd probably drink 8-9 of those a night. She would turn into somebody else.
You just fucking got me on that fucking motherfucker. Fucking wow.
She would become angry. She would talk.
Maybe I am a cult leader.
She'd be very bitter. I've never really seen anything like that before.
You are in fucking treason for all humanity.
The members are banned, well, officially at least, from using drugs and alcohol.
All right, I stole her transcripts.
It's like,
Mom is a no on drugs. We are not allowed to do drugs. She doesn't do drugs, and she has kicked people out of this field for doing drugs.
I don't believe none of that.
What's that?
Got it.
She's organic, so she's not going to consume pharmaceuticals. But she does it with alcohol, which is organic, and that's what she explains as a natural painkiller because she cannot take morphine.
In many ways, Pafaki's story mirrors those of other members. Limited to
That's
5 hours sleep.
that's what
banned
the
from
weed
sitting
heads
down,
do, right, Joe?
Underfed, never paid, and told that
Joe.
free will is
Organic.
tantamount to sin.
I mean,
Right?
or either no.
Hey, what's up, Taylor? You know that name would have got her on the target list, right? For me. And shout out to P Fletch. Let me shout out a super chat here. P Fletch sends in $5. He goes, "Why did Jim Jones and the name brand Kool-Aid avoid the name brand Kool-Aid? He didn't want to escape from a giant sentient glass pitcher."
I have to ask Dusty 2 questions.
I hope he paid a lot for that one.
That's,
over him.
give Laffy Taffy their joke back.
Real
Can
quick,
I ask Dusty 2 questions? Sorry.
Hold on, hang on. I don't usually announce names of people who send me money, so thank you for the 2 donos that did come in. You guys are fucking awesome. I'm glad I can be having these panels. It wouldn't be great without these awesome people and you fucking great people down there.
2
Not
quick funny
talking
questions.
first,
Dusty,
mother God.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I go? Okay. Dusty, did the plane ticket ever come through?
Oh,
No.
All right.
Let me
That's what I
double
figured.
check my email, but I'm sure it did.
We'll just assume it didn't. And then the second question, do you know that you have a secret that is about to be exposed because the chat's been spammed with it the entire time?
Yeah.
No, it must not be a secret then.
Yes, Brown's boy is letting everybody know you
Okay.
have a secret that's about to be exposed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We're a
religion
cult
out of that.
apparently. We're a cult apparently.
My friend Cheney, who knows a lot about this kind of thing, says the mother love is a psyop to link Q and homesteaders, more HBO propaganda during the lockdowns. And I also found it like the way he said like the products that they're making, he like tried to make all that so anybody that's making natural products is now in a cult and shit like that. I caught that.
No way.
I am not seeing any emails from him.
People called Q conspiracy theorists over the Epstein thing, and now everything that they said is coming out to be true.
I don't know about everything. Here's a good one. 5 Speed, 10th Man, you'll know 5 Speed. Fucking my friend 5 Speed says that he tells me, Joe, when Trump had lost the election, it was in the following weeks or whatever, he was like, he won, Joe. In fact, you're about to find out, we just got word, Hillary and Pesci or whatever her name, Pelosi, all of them have been locked up, going to jail. Blah,
I'm
blah,
speaking about specifically about Epstein.
Whoa. This is a QAnon shit. This nigga followed that shit. And then when Pelosi walks out onto the floor, because it happened the same day, I called him trolling. The man said that they were clones. They had replaced them with their clones. Now, I'm not sure that's been proven or not yet.
They Chuck
Trump
angry in chat. He says we can't even get through one video.
Yeah, we are gonna get through it for sure. We're already halfway done, and I got the speed turned up. And this chick is wild. I have.
She's so crazy.
Mental manipulation, a lot of brainwash. She only lets us sleep 4 hours. We have to wake up every day at 5 a.m. We start live stream at 6. Everything is revolved around Amy.
Anybody that has said things about the no standing or no usually people that are really lazy. I think it's the people that grew up in a different way. Those are the people that sat on the couch all day and laid in bed all day, and so they get very triggered by it.
Holy fucking shit! I'm like 8 billion egos. Yeah, I got this lead.
It's difficult to know where to start when it comes to Castle's life story. Only natural, I suppose, given she is 19 billion years old. But according to her family, she first got into New Age thinking when she turned 30. That's when she walked out of her third marriage and job at McDonald's on a mission to save humanity.
We are live from Classic Hub.
As their daily recruitment live streams make clear,
This
Love
is
was one had
Jack.
lots of teachings, like Donald Trump being Carlson's loving father,
Mom was incarnated, and Donald Trump, when in that lifetime, was her father.
ridding people of cancer by talking to them on the phone,
I would like to say to the YouTubers, we are doing brain surgeries, organ repair.
The beings who have had the most healing and have been cured by Mom are the ones that had no fear and no doubt, and they were in surrender.
There were certain things that she expressed that seemed so.
And there's Jack Tuckout.
Like talking to Robin Williams.
What's up, Robin Williams?
I mean, I witnessed her do this, and it just seemed like she was super drunk or high.
And then when I had pickles all over me, oh shit.
These days, Carlson and the group have a new father god helping them to run the show.
Mama God Show! Love runs this bitch!
44-year-old Jason Castillo has a long history of criminal behavior, picking up charges across the US for drink driving, breaking and entering, and child neglect.
Surrender when you are son from God! Get me, motherfucker!
Castillo and Carlson work well together.
You guys are fucked.
While she carries out her duties as mother god, he takes the opportunity to dish out someone more into discipline.
Now you are fucking insane, correct? Yes. How could an insane individual serve God?
You're going to be a paraplegic. You're only going to have the right usage of your leg, feet, arm.
A series of disturbing videos emerged of them tormenting a cult member for the mortal sin of bringing Carlson meatballs for dinner instead of chicken parmesan.
I didn't say meatballs. I love meatballs.
That's real.
But I didn't fucking say that. Chicken parmesan.
Carlson's followers and their precious financial donations are attracted by the image of her as a shiny beacon of purity, wisdom, and joy. But in recent videos, that's quite hard to spot.
Okay, time out.
I forgot she did this.
Yeah.
Love Has Won claims to be built around a loving, caring ethos. But Amy's violence has led some to say there is a gap between what she practices and what she preaches.
Mom literally is the planet. So all those lower emotions, all that lower stuff, hatred, violence, judgment.
Yeah, no, now I'm ready to
go on for a drive. I'm really mad.
No animals are actually killed or unalived within the house. So that is the good news. You've seen her psychosis. Here's the moral of this story. She ended up getting very sick, and her followers believed that this was part of her shedding her mortal coil. They allowed her to lay in bed. And
Can I hop in this? Can I hop in this real quick? So this woman actually
Right in the middle of
developed
the sentence, go
cancer,
for it.
and she told her followers that she was going to cure her cancer herself. And no matter how much she pleads or begs, do not bring her to a hospital. And she eventually died that way. And then her followers carted her around for months in a sleeping bag until she freaking mummified, because they were like, she'll rise after a week. And then
That's what I expect of you guys. I expect every one of you to take your turn carting me around.
So a week passed, and then a month, and then 2 months, and then she didn't wake up. There's body cam of it.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
That was a good movie, Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, for real.
And that's what
In
they
order
did with
to
Joe Biden.
maintain order, I'm going to steal your body and create a tomb.
Joe Biden ran a whole country that way.
I can't
They
remember.
will lock
the
your
name.
body away in the tomb.
I can't remember the name of the sect, but there's a sect of Jews that do it because they're expecting their prophet to come back. So they got to give you the chance to come up. Like if you fucking embalm and bury the prophet, then what'd you go and do? How's he supposed to come back?
Pull up the cult I posted in the back, man. That shit is wild.
We're going to move all your original streams into the catacombs.
Have we covered the Crucible yet?
Yeah, we did.
Not quite.
I would like to let you know upon recent reflection that anybody who made fun of my drunk stream, as per that last video, you are guilty of religious discrimination.
What was it? What did you say, OG?
I brought it up, Taylor, but I also
Check the
gave
stream
some
I posted in the
backstory
back.
most people don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just taking a shot.
Of what?
At the Crucible.
Heroin.
Yeah, bro. What is a shot of heroin? That is crazy.
Did anybody notice that?
With those rumors?
Dusty, did any of you guys notice that both douchebags were on Tim Pool yesterday?
Yes. Tim Pool, wasn't it?
So what is?
Oh,
this
Tim
one?
wasn't there again on purpose? Really? That's hilarious.
What is this that you sent, OG?
Shinrikyo. It's a weird, fucking crazy cult.
Oh,
Japanese?
Yes, it is the Japanese. It's the Sarin. It is the Sarin cult.
Is that
And what
what
makes
the
it-
dead bodies in the trees?
I don't know about that, but like, what makes this one weird is this is not like stupid people. This is like actually like bankers and like physicists and like chemistry teachers. It's crazy.
No shit.
That's the one.
A
that was
frightening
my
development
fault.
this morning. A chemical weapon, nerve gas, was released inside a crowded subway system in Tokyo today.
March 20th, 1995.
Wow.
Tokyo rush hour. 5 bags filled with sarin, a deadly nerve agent first used as a chemical weapon by the Nazis, have been planted by a cult. In seconds, it happens. Burning, retching, vomiting. By the end, 13 people are dead and almost 6,000 injured.
Commuters stumbled into the open air, gasping for breath. Emergency medical teams swarmed into the area.
This is the deadliest terror attack carried out on Japanese soil and remains the only sophisticated chemical warfare attack by a terrorist group. The culprits, Shinrikyo, who are about to catapult to international infamy.
Police have reportedly been investigating the cult for several months and are more convinced now than ever that Om was behind the subway attack.
They saw themselves as having this ultimate truth. The only way to save the world was to effectively destroy it.
Welcome to the business of crime. In this episode, how did an obscure doomsday cult become one of the most dangerous
That's so
domestic
weird.
terrorist organizations in Japan? And what has been their lasting impact on the Japanese psyche? Shinrikyo started in the 80s and translates as Supreme Truth. The so-called religious movement blended Hindu and Buddhist teachings with a hefty dose of apocalyptic Christianity and was recognized as an official religion by the state of Japan. in
Plot twist, it's
1989.
Yoko Ono in drag.
If people listened to the truth, everybody would flock to them and they would save the world.
Its founder, Shoko Asahara, real name Chizuru Matsumoto, wasn't shy about proclaiming his divinity, calling himself both the first enlightened one since Buddha and the literal second coming of Christ.
それで備えられている方ですので、経典をベースに置く限り、朝原さんたちは文字通りの聖者であると。
People who went to Om were dissatisfied with that life trajectory where they would simply go to school, university, job, marriage, kids, house, etc. The appeal of Om was to go beyond what the current system within Japanese society was offering.
The cult wasn't a localized Japanese phenomenon, nor a curious eccentricity. At its peak, was a truly global movement with tens of thousands of followers. Asahara, depicted as a Christ-like figure, promised to transfer spiritual power over to true believers and absolve them of sin.
I would not want
But that
people running
absolution
around
came
in
at
those
a
weird
price,
masks.
and Asahara took huge sums of money for the privilege of following him.
They started talking about the war that was going to come. Initially, it was a war that was going to be a metaphorical conflict of good and evil, but gradually it became more and more transposed into an actual war that was going to happen. So they had to develop weapons.
Kidnappings and killings were ordered. Rivals were maimed and poisoned. Chemical weapons became their go-to tool. And of course, the money kept rolling in.
When the American occupation came in 1945, the American occupiers came in and introduced this freedom of religion. The number of religious groups abused the new liberties. They declared themselves to be religious corporations so they could get tax breaks. Essentially, Om was able to get money through tax loopholes. A lot of the people involved in it, they were young, well-educated, technologically advanced. They had a company called Mahaporshu, which sold some of the best and cheapest computers in Japan, and they were able to channel all the money they generated into building their communes and building what they saw as their means of developing a utopian civilization.
When you scratch the surface, it appears less a religion, more a criminal enterprise. The cult produced methamphetamines that were sold wholesale to the Yamaguchi Gumi Gotogumi, a faction of Japan's largest Yakuza or organized crime group.
We know that they tried to import weapons from Russia. They imported AK-47 and they tried to clone it and manufacture it. They just weren't good enough to transpose their ambition into the reality.
With money extorted from followers, Asahara achieved two things. He sent Japan into a crippling fear of terror attacks whilst accruing massive wealth. Many believe Shinrikyo was more of a fanaticism-themed Ponzi scheme than a doomsday cult. Many worry that may plot a comeback. Well, to start with, there aren't many original members left.
慎重な上にも慎重な検討を重ねた上で執行を命令した次第です。
After Tokyo, Japan rounded up members and put them on trial. 13 got the death penalty, including Shoko Asahara, the would-be messiah himself. They were executed by hanging in 2018.
The leader of the cult behind the sarin gas attack on the Japanese subway in 1995 has been executed.
We should pause it and talk. You can't just run Vice forever. You can't just run Vice forever.
You're right. I'm just like fascinated with this because it's like the cartel turned cult.
I would like to say, as a fellow cult leader, speaking on behalf of all cult leaders, I would like to be rolled around on a throne like that guy. All you people are slacking.
I am not wearing a mask of your face.
They missed the biggest part, bro. They went to Russia and learned how to like fight and shoot RPGs and be like a military organization, bro. It was crazy. They were planning on a coup of Japan. The sarin gas was just the beginning. It was wild.
Check your Discord.
Okay. Yeah, hold on. How many people were involved in this?
That's what I'm thinking. It must be
approximately like more than 5. What the hell is going on? See, that's where Dennison's right. No, I'm angry right now because hold on. So thousands of people said, "Oh yeah, let's do these horrible things," and they just went along with it. Nobody reported this to the authorities.
No,
Listen,
I'm assuming it was the leadership.
You pull that nonsense around me,
nothing will happen.
I'm going Duke Nukem because now you gave me license to be able to do horrible things and probably get away with most of it.
And for that long, I mean, you can't tell me that it was just missed, like nobody's paying attention to this shit. I don't know,
because I could feel morally righteous to be able to have horrible things happen to these people for them even thinking about doing something like this.
It's a good
So
thing that
thousands
your
of people sat. Sorry, go ahead. It's just this outrage
Let
of me.
people let people enjoy things.
Stop it. Yeah, they were just having fun.
Yeah, what's making a little money?
Wait, do we make some money? Did I miss some money?
They made some money. All right.
See, I remember when this happened,
All right,
but I
next
didn't know
talk
this.
something. We're dying on a limb here. This is dying fast.
We got 2 minutes left of this. Let's kill it.
Well, it's
The
not
shadow
like
of
we
armed
didn't drop the
activities hang over Japan's national psyche. They persevered through bankruptcy to form a different organization, LF. In 2007, after trying and failing to make LF more acceptable to the wider public, they rebranded yet again as a new group called the Circle of Rainbow Light. Similarly, it failed to take
Circle
off.
of Rainbow
None
Light.
have proven they have the capacity to inflict the level of terror that Om did. And they don't have nearly the money that Asahara generated at his peak.
I met one of the group a few years ago. I think there were 20 of them. The idea that they posed a public threat was nonsensical.
There you
But
go,
the
Tim.
intrigue, at least, endures. In 2016, press
Sorry, I
reports from
missed it.
Montenegro alleged that
20
Omland
of
had a
them left.
conference in a seedy hotel in Danilovgrad. Only some participants were Japanese. It's hard to say exactly what the future holds for one of the most controversial groups in recent Japanese history. There have been a few rumors over the past years of a partial revival, but the numbers never quite stack up. In May 2022, the US State Department removed 5 organizations from their foreign terrorism list, among them Shinrikyo. According to the State Department, the group, it seems, has no motivation or means to carry out further attacks.
It was a shock to the Japanese psyche because there was this image of
I don't know if
Japan
you'd
as
be
a safe
happy or
society.
sad.
That image was shattered briefly in 1995 with the Ulm attack. If you look into the history of terrorism, it really was the first terrorist attack by a non-governmental agency using chemical weapons. So it's always the first, it's always there.
But what is
Really,
it
there was no
the memory
James
of the terror
Bond
they
shit
inflicted?
before that.
No,
And
did
that
you
psychological power
catch?
is
Did you
harder to
catch
shake.
that? No government action.
Wild.
Yes, the only one that used chemical attacks that wasn't the government is what he said.
I
Right.
caught that, OG. I was thinking, well, there's your government cult. Because I was thinking, what about Hiroshima and Nagasaki? It's not like we didn't hide them at 3 Mile Island. I mean, what is that? How is it different? Because it's government sanctioned?
Nukes aren't real, Ahimsa.
Yeah, of course. It's not a crime if the government says okay.
Yeah.
I get that argument all the time. It makes me crazy.
Remember when Nixon said that shit and everybody freaked out?
It's not a
And then-
crime if the president does it. It's
And then now the Supreme Court agrees.
yeah. He was ahead of his time.
So that begs to differ. Was he ever really wrong?
Well, his motives, were fucking wrong. He had no scruples, man.
It brings to light what I can't remember what it was. The Supreme Court or something like that wrote, and they said that, or I don't know who it was, but they said that courts do not make decisions based on the law; they make it based on what the society at the time will accept.
That's true to some degree, right? They can't set precedents that would overturn everything, even if they think it's correct. That would upset society. That's true to a degree.
They've done that, though.
Let's say they just said something like, you know what, traveling, not driving, dude was right all his time. That would just crush a huge part of the income of the police. Everybody would have to
Joe
readjust,
mentioned
change
traveling.
society.
This is now a sovereign citizen struggle.
No, this was in reference to Roe versus Wade, right? So they said, back then, society wanted it Roe versus Wade. Now, society will accept to allow the states to choose. And that's what it was in reference to.
Sounds like they're saying that's progress.
No, it sounds like they're saying that the law is not a finite thing. That it can be a certain way for 50 years, it can change for another 50 or not, and then it can switch back and forth, and you're just at the behest of these people, and there actually are no actual rules.
Sounds like democracy at its finest.
Just saying.
Who's ever in charge, just follow him.
Have y'all ever heard of the cargo cults?
No.
I must be tired. I was trying to muster a cargo pants joke, but I wasn't able to.
How does he? All right, they can.
Yeah, I was thinking
Hey.
they all wear cargo pants.
That's white guy clothes. We got this.
Fifth Flow, you missed an opportunity there, man.
Well, what's there to joke about cargo shorts for? They're fantastic. You can put all your stuff in them. Cargo shorts and Carhartt.
I've never looked at your merch, but you maybe just should look into starting a clothing line, small, like the Griffno State. Make it a logo. Why not? I would probably buy one just to fuck around.
I've been thinking for a long time that I need to update my merch offerings.
Yeah.
But
That short shit would be something different. Everybody got t-shirts and fucking sweatshirts
And
and shit. You can pull that short off, you with shorts off. I don't even know if that's feasible, but you'd separate yourself.
Make it gray man material. Make it. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's like where you don't have logos and stuff. Like, don't have a big logo or nothing. Just make it like a logo that you can't really see, and then it fits right with the motif.
What motif?
Grifter doesn't want you to know he's a grifter.
Yeah.
Have a little symbol there that only a grifter would know and see.
I bet I got a bandy. I'm starving. I gotta go get something to eat, man.
Just
I
saying.
gotta get heading off here too. Beth, you're muted.
I gotta
by
get
the way,
head,
so
too.
you're talking.
Thanks.
You going live, Dusty?
I was moving stuff. He is live.
I'm.
No, I mean after this.
Not right now.
Hey, Beth, thank you so much for having me here. I'm not really, I'm not usually here, but you guys are super cool, and you're super cool. I just want to thank you for having me on the stream. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
You're super cool for thinking we're super cool.
No, thank you.
Who was that saying that?
It's Cobalt. Hello.
Oh,
I'm
you
your-
obviously
I'm
don't
your
know us,
stream
but
lurker.
thanks for the lies.
Nice meeting you, Cobalt.
Nice meeting you guys. Have a great night.
Have a good one. Hope to see you again. And Joe, you said you're going to eat. Yep, he ran off. So, Dusty, you were coming in asking what OG?
I said rage quit.
Right. Well,
He's joking.
if he's anything like Dusty with his cereal, yeah, that
Joe Cool only sticks around if we're talking about racism.
Or I.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
this
that's
is
racism.
Taylor. This is why Jim Bob interacts with me the way he does. That's how Jim Bob and I first. Because
I don't know how he interacts with you. How does he interact with you?
Yeah,
he does. He won't fight with me. Like, you can literally watch. If I go into his chat and his chat starts shitting on me, Jim Bob stopped his show and said, "No, we don't do that." Because I lit up Owen Benjamin about it. This is part of when I started. That's when I found out that Owen Benjamin thing was really a cult, and they started attacking a bunch of dudes. And Jim Bob was one of them, and I fucking lit Owen up, and then that's where I had the break from that whole thing.
I got to ask you a question, Dusty. Did you guys run into that fake doctor lady again? Is that why you and Sarah and everybody were doctors like I did that time?
No, I don't. She was drunk. I don't know what.
Well, how come you're Dr. Dusty and she was Dr. Sarah?
I don't recall. It was some stupid joke, but we didn't run into the doctor lady.
Okay.
I mean, you watched the thing. You watched the stream.
I
Yeah, I
missed
didn't
the
see why.
doctor lady. I'd have
No, I didn't watch the whole stream. I just watched the 30-minute thing that you put.
It happened
too
at the
busy.
yeah. I don't know. It's not worth me even like thinking about. It was just.
I get you.
Her name was originally something else, and she asked me to change it to Drunk Mater, but I thought that was boring.
So the cults.
Yes.
Do you think that any cults start off as good but then turn bad?
I think they get put forward as potentially being something good, but it doesn't typically turn out that way. Sorry, guys.
What about Christianity?
Tell me more. Yeah, let's hear about that shit.
Christianity, I think that's a rough one because that ends up morphing into a religion. But what separates that from any other, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it started off as a good cult and then it turned bad religion
I mean, it's.
times.
cults do well in hard times, and at that time it was hard times because the Romans had invaded and taken over Israel, and Jesus offered a dissociation. It's like group-based association. Don't worry about this, the kingdom of God, right? It's dissociating from the actual miserable lives in the world and then putting a dose of superiority into it, like feel sorry for those fuckers because they're gonna go to hell. And
But you've been doing it, Dusty. You've been fucking doing it. That's what's up, brother. You've been fucking doing it.
right. So
I think
I don't
even
remember where I was gonna land that, but yeah.
No, you landed it. I fucking see it.
Yeah, I think you got it.
Years, brother. You've been doing it.
Would we consider like the revolutionary movement even to be a cult of sorts?
The American Revolution?
Sure.
It definitely has a cult of personality now.
Well, goddamn, everything is a cult. Everybody's a cult. You're a cult. I'm a cult.
When you
They didn't have
We deified the founding fathers for sure.
They let the states have pick their own religions, pick their own laws. They didn't have a unified message. You definitely can't call that a cult.
That's true.
I mean, look, as we should, Dennison. We deified the founding fathers. We need to have a whole American pantheon of religion, bro. That'd be funny as fuck.
Thank you for reminding me. I was going to ask you earlier, especially because you're so into fascism, what would separate a fascist leader from being a cult leader?
Oh, not a goddamn thing. They are cult leaders through and through. Not a goddamn thing, bro. Like,
no, that was a good point, Beth.
But you still hold that, that's a good way to go.
To personality. I mean, look at Kim Jong-un. That's red fascism right there. Like, that's not communism. Like, he's like, this is my island or my peninsula, Upper Peninsula. No, he's a straight up cult leader.
That's it. Fucking Canada. Fucking crazy.
Dusty, what do you think is the best technique for them for swaying people to follow?
What do I think? I don't know.
Well, you're the one who just started a cult, so what's your fucking game plan?
Force doctrine.
Did I start a cult?
Force doctrine.
No.
Force doctrine is not even a doctrine.
I'm just fucking around. Yes, you did start a cult 2 shows ago or 2 nights ago or whatever. You said, who wants to start a cult? Put one in chat. There was at least 4 or 5 of us that put a 1 in the chat. You have a cult now.
But all the haters are allowed to stay in the chat. That's the
I guess you just ask people to follow you and they will. I didn't
just
I
don't
noticed
say
when I
that
was
it's your
a kid-
job. Don't say that. Holy fuck.
Yeah, don't do that. I noticed that when I was a kid that if you just ask somebody for things, regardless of how ridiculous it is, like the instinct to say yes will sometimes take over. And like I walked away with a lot of things just by going, "Hey, can I have this?"
I learned that too.
Oh lordy.
Just ask for things that you'd think they would never do that. And then they go, yeah, sure. And then
in other news, Flo is
fun.
selling tennis shoes and Adidas tracksuits.
Oh. Do they come with Pope hats?
No, nothing's for free. Nothing. And besides, I only wear the Pope hats. Y'all can have like Pope pointer fingers or something. The foam fingers.
Oh my god.
Or we could have like really small star-shaped hats or something.
I like
different.
the Pope finger.
I like the Pope finger.
Damn it! Now I'm gonna have to find a way to make that a reality.
And you're a cult.
That's okay. It could be worse.
Yeah, but no, we got to get real serious, like Shinrikyo. Look, bro, we can't be outdone by that.
Well, I think there's plenty of them going around, and I think we're seeing a lot of it too, especially with the different personalities that we're finding across the internet that are swaying people towards different political stances, religious stances. It's weird to see the political and religion mixing.
I hear you. OG, good to see you, bro. You understand what you're saying, right?
Hi, how are you?
Gay.
Is it better or worse than it was 4 or 5 years ago for online cult activity?
That's fucking worse.
I would imagine it's thriving. with the internet.
Some of it.
Some pretty big ones have been taken out.
As social discord increases, right? As people become more fractured and the economy gets worse, and people start looking for other forms of support to fill the void, and that's where cults shine. This actually be the right time to fire up, I think.
Really? In this economy?
Absolutely.
People can't be donating and shit. People can't be donating and shit.
This economy is This economy is not good. It is. There is air being blown into the bubble, so it's not noticeably as bad as it really is. But yeah, look at the jobs report. Like, there's tons of people out of jobs, but somehow the stock market is still going up. Huh?
Well, yeah, obviously. Duh.
Well,
chug.
But I thought you would know
The only way out is through.
The internet's also a great tool in order to get that
Never
message
again.
across, right? Even if it's coming from being steered that way politically.
Well, where do you think re-education camps would fall in under cult behavior?
I'm fucking new here because you guys are too
The
smart.
Talcadian model.
I'm fucking new here. You guys are so
Yeah. Simmer down. Just a reminder, $5 to drop panelists.
Yeah, we're an hour past his normal bedtime, so
you
know, it's the weekend. We could be in trouble.
I'm fucking new here.
I'm copying the grift model.
Yeah. You might remind them in the ticker.
Yeah, good idea. But thank you. See, look
Someday.
at indoctrination working at its finest.
You're
It's
a
just
cult.
education.
I'm gathering content for a story.
About what?
I'm gathering content for a story.
Oh.
Story about a man named Jeb, poor mountaineer, barely kept his family fed.
You stop it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Explain it.
Said California is the place you ought to be.
I understand what you don't. This is
And they packed up all their stuff and they moved to Beverly
Just tell somebody fucking asked you.
Hills, that is.
Boom.
Hollywood movie stars.
Stars.
That there was a cement pond, don't you know?
Everybody wants to attack AA, Chuck. What's your thoughts on that?
Fuck 'em. It's nowhere near adult because nobody is held by force. Nobody's made to come back through the door.
Yes.
Yeah. Now there are some groups. I will give you. I said this the other night. There are some groups that seem to exhibit cultish behaviors, and I find those very off-putting.
Exactly. Like, if you guys want to fucking attack somebody, I'm here. Attack me.
Huh?
What?
Are you a master?
We're not attacking anybody, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, nah.
You're in a safe space, Jason. It's okay.
You're a cult. You're a cult.
You better pull Kenny out.
What's Kenny?
The cult, the Kenny. Come on. The tiger.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Let's see.
Hi, Jason. This is Kenny.
Don't know how to do this.
Oh. Okay, no.
You're in a safe space, Jason.
Hey,
We know that the winters are hard here in Canada, and it makes you want to drink too much alcohol. We saw a 10th man do that the other day. I tried to stop him.
I know. Hi, old gummer.
It's okay.
Whoa.
Jason. Calm down.
You know what a gummer would never mind.
That's cute. That's fucking cute.
This was Kenny the Restarted Tiger signing off.
I'm still glad I fucking found
Look at all those
that tiger.
gatitos.
Yeah, you ran off, Jack. You didn't give enough floor time.
He's like Joe Cool, right? Jack came here to be attacked. He thought he was going to be attacked. No one was paying attention to him. Gone.
Yeah. He wanted to talk about Paul. We never got back to that.
He's
fascinating. Fascinating. He wanted to get back to Paul.
Yeah.
And whether Paul was a cult leader.
Yeah, but not his cult.
Oh, who's this Paul guy you're speaking of?
I guess I'm gonna suck my own dick.
Enjoy.
Kev, you gonna suck your own dick? That's awesome.
No, that's a quote from Paul Enslaved.
Oh, okay. That's true. Yeah.
You missing ribs or something?
I do.
No, I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Don't want to know.
It's a frat boy douche with his hat on backwards and earrings. Everybody thinks he's cool at the sports bar. I'm the potentially famous person.
I fucking told you. Shut up. Nobody has your fucking opinion.
Those clips
But-
are a pretty good fucking
They're
But-
funny. Yeah.
demonstration of
But
narcissism.
Paul never mentioned re-education camps. I give him credit for that.
But he's lacking the charisma.
Well, you're
for
not
that,
supposed
though.
to tell him about the re-education
Yeah,
camp.
he's smart
supposed
enough
to be a
not to tell
surprise.
you. Yeah.
But one of the gems of that clip, guys, is when he says, I'm one of the potentially famous people. He's trying to show piety, but the show wasn't called Talking to Potentially Famous People. It was Talking to Famous People, right? So what he said didn't even make any sense.
I have
As
a
he's
question.
pounding on the desk in total madness. Go ahead, Beth.
I have a question. So, like, if ICE is like exhibiting a lot of the behaviors that like
I love
we
ICE.
expect to be seeing coming from that, right? Like
That's very true.
containing everything else force. Where do we start drawing the line with that? Like, how is
Well,
this? How does that fall into the idea of our topic?
Their edicts and policies are direct contraventions of law.
So then it would be the lawmakers or the government that is still the cult at the top of that.
No, well, yeah, but they're telling them to break the law.
Well, everything's subjective, right?
Absolutely not.
We already determined that.
Is it objectively subjective?
I'm fucking new here.
Yeah, we know, Jason.
I always win.
Nah.
Come on, Ashima. Let's have the objectively subjective argument. So you lied. So you lied. You're a liar. That's what you're admitting. You're just a liar.
Yeah, I lie.
You have no discernible worldview. Why should we even
I just
listen
skipped to
to
the end. I just skipped to the end here.
Oh, Jesus.
Are you gay?
Oh, that did not go down very well last night. That question got a very strong reaction from someone last night.
I don't know what you're talking about. What happened last night?
What's his name? Bad Apple.
Oh, I
Why
saw that
are you
about
gay?
The flight. Why
Yeah.
was he gonna fly you out there? Were you gonna fist fight?
I don't think Dusty's even listening to us.
I want to see that so bad. That Apple sounds like he's about 65 years old.
He
and
wouldn't
not as
fly
good a
him
shape
out
as-
there for 3 nights if he wanted to fight him. I think he.
No, this was the weirdest thing. So I'm sitting there watching it. I put a comment on the video. I'm like, this is the weirdest courting session I've ever seen. Like, he literally was like, yeah, I'm going to fly you out and I'll feed you. Don't worry. I'll
Put you
take
up in a
care of you.
hotel.
It was
Yep.
like, what is happening right now?
Yeah, I thought he was whining and dining him. I didn't.
No,
I
we'll
can't
take our
imagine-
shirts
sounded
off
like
and
he was gonna
get in
whine and
the
dine.
arena together.
It's
and
those
then clash our
it's
manly
those-
bodies together in contest.
It's
And there might be a little bit of slap and tickle, you know.
It's those underground gay boxing rings. All right, calm down.
I never heard of those.
I don't want to know why you know that, OG.
This is
Yeah, I
like,
don't either.
dude, this is like twice Dusty's been challenged in what, 2 weeks?
To what?
A gay wrestling match?
Mutual combat.
Oh, I had the tab muted for a second.
Are you gonna get jumped by Marte at Bad Apple Media?
People have been talking to you. And
Wait, Marte offered to fly him out and fight him? Oh, that's
Mark
nice.
is going to be like, you ever had
Yeah.
your shit pushed in?
And I don't know if he ever saw or responded to my response, which was basically like, yeah, fine, I'll fight you, but you got to do everything. You got to come here. You got to find a venue. You got to do all the things. I'm not putting work into something that just ultimately, I don't think.
No, we can name the panel when this all happens.
What?
Sugar Hips gets spit roasted.
Dude, if you do it, the first thing out the gate.
Was that too much? Was that too much?
Well, now we just got an insight into gay porn.
Yeah.
Is
Dusty
kicking
Sugar
me out. This
Hips?
is
Is
panel
Dusty
burn.
Sugar Hips in this equation? That's
Sugar
crazy.
No.
Hips. That's funny.
That's what I named him the other night. He didn't like it.
Who did you name?
He
Sugar
didn't even
Hips?
respond. To just see his head just drop.
It looks like he's
I'm gonna
getting
stop. I'm gonna stop, Dusty. I'm sorry.
Looks like
You
he's
named
getting
Marte
violently
Sugar
angry.
Hips?
No, Flo.
Yes, because he was doing his twerking.
Oh.
And I said your new name is Sugar Hips.
Dusty, can I show one of your shorts?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fabulous. So our dear friend Dusty here, I think, got a fabulous short demonstrating some lovely Coltman. Oh, hang on, Ashton. I'll be with you in just a second.
I assure you, Dusty, unless subconsciously I have some type of attraction to you, I don't. And I've had this conversation with people offline.
I'm never going to be on anybody else's side. I am going to
Oh, no.
always have Andrew's back. You guys know what side I'm on. If you don't already, you might not even know me that well, but I'm on the Crucible side. If Andrew makes a decision, I'm with him regardless. Andrew Wilson and his family love them a lot. A lot.
Is Marte part of the Crucible?
No. Wow.
Just saying. That's a lot of love for. Have they even met?
I don't know.
Ashton.
I thought he said that he's helping train Andrew. Like he says
He says he's his personal trainer, but he lives in Arizona.
Yeah.
So it's not like their workout. It's not like he's spotting him at the gym.
But then again, if you look at Andrew's physique, it kind of lines up.
Affirmative messages.
Right.
Yeah, they talked about like nutrition or something because remember he said he's a licensed nutritionist. So he talked to Andrew a couple times about his fat ass, and then he became his personal trainer.
Have you tried smoking more cigarettes?
Yeah, yeah. I've heard that it makes you lose weight.
Well, because it's an appetite suppressant, but when you drink, that doesn't really change the calorie count from the drinking. He's got the total hard beer gut.
Forget there's calories in alcohol?
Calories.
Yeah,
Say
when I
again,
was in
Dusty,
Germany,
sorry.
you almost didn't need to eat. You just drank a couple beers throughout the day, and that was bait. You were good. You didn't even need to fucking eat.
I mean, 2,000 calories in whiskey, though. That's a lot of whiskey.
Is it how many
much?
calories
I'm gonna
per,
check
like,
it.
How you doing, Ashton?
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta attend to something.
Sure thing.
Tired. Is my audio okay or is it shitty still?
Oh,
Your mic's frogging.
There are 71 calories in 1 ounce of whiskey.
Yeah, you'd have to drink like at least a fifth.
Yeah, what about beer, though?
I don't think he drinks beer, does he?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Beer is more calories.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, in Germany, you didn't even need to eat. You were chewing that.
No, way less calories. There's 12 calories per ounce in beer.
No shit.
Really?
Yes. Yes. Mostly water. Yeah. Yeah. So
then
you're
if
drinking
we're-
that whiskey. So whatever 40 times 71 is, I do,
So what's the point of
3,000, right?
of like?
So you'd have to drink like 20 beers.
But I'm saying 140 ounce of whiskey,
Occupy yourselves for a minute. I'll be right back.
40 times 71, right? 284 or 2,840 calories, wouldn't it be? Yes, I did that in my head.
Would you say 40 times 81?
2,840.
81 being per ounce?
40,
Calories
no,
per ounce?
71 times 40. I just told you the math.
40.
But that's not correct. A regular beer has 153 calories in the whole
40 ounce
bottle.
of whiskey, nerd. 40 ounce of whiskey.
Oh, okay. I don't even remember what whiskey was anymore.
All right. Whatever. I'm just saying. So
if it's beer, it's like 15 beers.
Yep.
Which is not that much.
I mean, bruh.
That
is fucking yeah. You're doing that every day. You're gonna have fatty liver in 2 years.
Oh yeah. Well, you ever see he put out that video where he's teaching Jake Rattlesnake how to shoot, and when you see him in coveralls, you're like, oh shit, that's so bad. Like he's got that perfect round thing in the center, and it makes it pulls the crotch of the coveralls up and turns them into high waters. But if you go to the next size, then your coveralls are just giant. So he just
that's a bowel obstruction.
Fucking camel toe crotch coveralls. It's hilarious.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm kind of fat. 6'1", 240.
I'm proud.
I'm trying to put weight back on. I've lost too much. But I'm not doing it through booze.
Right.
I'm not a drinker. I done hurt myself in my 20s.
I never really liked alcohol. I drank a little bit when I was 21, and then when I got divorced. But other than that, I probably got like maybe 6 months total time where I really drank. And then when I
used to be a very, very heavy drinker back in my early 20s.
I finished in my teens.
I got my high school sweetheart, who was my wife, eventually pregnant when we were 16. I had other shit to do. I worked 2 jobs and went to high school and paid for a kid. Like I didn't have that much time to drink.
I quit drinking before the age of majority.
I don't like being out of control of what I'm thinking and doing, being that easily influenced. So drinking is just, nah. I am a lot of fun, apparently, though.
No, you like to accuse people of doing things when you're drunk.
I wasn't accusing you. It came. I listened to it back and I was like, oh my God, that sounds so much worse than what I was trying to fucking actually find out. It wasn't about you.
It was fucking hilarious.
Oh God. You have no idea. I'm still so embarrassed. It's not happening again. Forget it. Nope.
Couple of Mexican lagers with some tacos though.
Oh man, get you a Yingling with some deer steak.
None of that sounds appetizing.
You're not a venison fan?
Not really.
They keep telling me that it's about how you cook it, but I'm not buying that shit.
It depends on where you're from. Like, because where I'm from, it's giant corn-fed whitetail that you're damn near eating like cow.
Yeah.
If you come in Northern California, it's all muley shit deer that like you might as well be eating a field goat or something. Like when my wife came to South Dakota with me the first time and we were sleeping, the first time that we went to and stayed in Aberdeen, we were staying in the back of my truck and using it as like a camper. And we woke up in the morning and she stepped out and there was like 6 whitetails sitting out there. She goes, "That's like a fucking horse." Like, yeah, they're corn fed.
Yeah, we've got.
I say whitetail. Whitetail, where I'm from, tastes gamey, but you can cook it out with the right seasoning.
Yeah, I'm from a farmland, so they just sit around in people's fields eating shit, and then they just leave them alone until the end of the year. So they aren't really gamey; they're like basically grain-fed animals.
So it's not that far from where I am. There was an army depot. It was an old ass army depot. They had to shut it down because it turns out they were storing weapons there that had broke open and leached into the ground. And now that whole area, it's been like locked down for over a decade. Like, can't go in there, and it's full of albino deer. Like, not even shitting you. totally
like the weird animals on Chernobyl.
Would you eat an albino deer?
Well, considering where they're coming from, and no. I know a couple people who have some pelts, but now they've like made them.
Tidbit: albino deer has some kind of healing thing, like they have a rock or something in their gut, and it helped people during the Civil War with healing. I don't remember what it was, but albino deer is a very weird animal. It's good
I
luck
seen a
if you see one.
melanated deer this last spring. My buddy Brian and I were driving down the hill, and a melanated deer jumped in front of us. That was pretty wild.
Have you ever seen a deer
Well,
with
like a black
CWD?
deer?
You guys want to talk about albino animals?
Oh Lord, poor Kenny. At least these deer like occurred. It wasn't like a breeding experiment.
Oh, this deer.
Madstone.
It's worse than
Some
that.
say that albino animals are a travesty. Why do people call me a travesty?
Tell us about it, Kenny.
It's because you wear women's clothing, Kenny.
I can't chew because my jaw. I got a restarted jaw.
Well, in
People
your
don't
case,
like.
it's because you had to be inbred to beat all hell to keep that white.
It wasn't my choice.
Yeah.
People say 10th Man's jokes are too horrible and he needs to be canceled from the internet. But he takes care of me even though he keeps me outside for aesthetic purposes because he likes how I blend in with the snow.
Ashton, wave at me. Thank you.
Yeah, my shit keeps fucking up all night tonight. It's been like derping out and fucking to where I can't hear anybody.
That's okay. You can go out and come back in.
Are you on an iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, deer disease.
Friends,
is
don't
called
let friends
chronic
buy
waste.
Apple products.
My wife got me it. My other phone kind of blew up in my
Divorce!
hand.
Divorce!
Divorce over an iPhone? Really?
Divorce violation. No prenup.
No, man, she makes me great sandwiches. The fuck you talking about?
I've got unlimited sandwiches in my pocket.
My husband is making me a sandwich right now.
It's the champagne of victory.
I want a sandwich. Fuck.
I just had a sandwich. A pepperoni sandwich.
Have you guys ever seen a deer, like a white-tailed deer with CWD?
Yeah, chronic waste disease.
No.
No.
Zombie deer. Look it up.
Yeah, act like Kenny.
You said CWD?
I
Yeah,
read
I can't- I can-
read
I can't
about
talk.
it, seen the reports on it, but I've never personally seen one. That would freak me the fuck out because I got other animals. I got alpaca and cows and whatnot. That would have freaked me out. I would be like, oh
It's
shit.
basically mad cow disease for deer.
I was gonna say it's basically the same thing as mad cow.
I don't like that.
Is that the one that's caused by the ticks?
Prions. Whatever a prion is.
Right.
It's a
Prions.
malformed protein.
So what is the whole thing? I don't know the lore, Ben, with the guy you were talking about when it comes down to Jim Bob.
All right, there's a he was a giant famous comedian. His name's Owen Benjamin. And he's got a cult, and it's called the Bear Cult because everybody in the cult changes their name to something Bear or Bear or something. He himself is Big Bear, and so it's a Bear Cult. And Jim Bob and Owen Benjamin made real tight friends. And Jim Bob was closely aligned. He never changed his name to a bear name, but like he went to Owen's house, the whole nine. And then Jim Bob started moving toward orthodoxy and made friends with Andrew. And at the time, Andrew had just started the Crucible. It was a tiny little channel. I think it had like 1,500 subs, give or take. So Jim Bob invited Owen over there to have a debate about the Trinity, because Owen says the Trinity is a pagan thing, and Jim Bob and him had it out about it. After that, and it turned in, it wasn't just a nice little debate, it was a blazing nasty fight. They had a giant war after it. The bear cult split into two pieces. Half of them went Orthodox, the other half stayed with Jim Bob. The Orthodox, or with Owen Benjamin. The Orthodox half flipped over, and that's where Andrew got his start, where his number started really jumping up. Well, at the time when they had the fight, Owen, being the crazed cult leader, as soon as somebody is opposed to him, he goes and he throws out, "Oh, you're a pedo, you're a meth addict, you're a blah blah blah." And I got pissed off about it because I wasn't part of the cult. I just would talk to Owen on the phone.
I have a question. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Before you go any further, what exactly did the being in the cult entail? Anything besides just turning part of your name into bear? Did they do?
Then also they bought two properties. They bought one, and it was supposed to be like the bear property. And then this was in Idaho, and the people of Idaho got wind of this and put a stop to that shit. But they paid for the property. So then they bought another property, and that property's down in Missouri.
Is this just a matter of like going off grid, or
see? And that's what he promotes, which is part of why he made friends with me, because of the things that he saw videos of the things that I do, and raising animals, taking care of them, shearing alpacas, living off grid. And so that's part. So a lot of his message is a very good message. And it's not until you start seeing the darker parts of it where anybody that does not toe the line perfectly, they attack, and they attack viciously. Because he'll start criticizing that person, and that's when the bear cult attacks. And they're the ones that do the shit. Like they were doing stuff like calling CPS on people because if you call somebody a PDF file, and why wouldn't you call safety on them? Like, that's silly. Either they're not one, or else you're a bad person for not having reported that shit. Like, it's one or the other on those two options. So, and they would harass the hell out of people. And so that was just real nasty. Well, he just did it to 3 different people because the whole bear cult split over this whole ordeal. And I saw him go after a couple of young men that just had kids and started saying that shit about him and getting his bears to come after him.
Thanks for having me, Beth.
Thanks for coming, Denizen.
And that's when I had it out with him. And I publicly had it out with Owen, and I was like, that's not how you fucking treat dudes. You're like stomping on young men with families because they don't agree with you. That's fucking nuts, dude. Like, why would you?
Beth. You just got prom bombed.
I got prom bombed. I feel blessed. Thank you.
You should always check, bro.
Wasn't Speakeasy a bear at one time?
Who?
Speakeasy.
See, with the one time I went on Speakeasy's show, you can't find that because he made it private because I dog stomped him and all his little buddies. But I asked him directly, and he said he just likes bears when I asked him directly. So I don't know if I can't answer that. I didn't know Speakeasy at that time. But I didn't really know a lot of the bears. I wasn't in the bear community. Literally, Owen got my private number because he asked around for it, and somebody's like, "Hey, Owen Benjamin wants to talk to you," and I'm like, "Who?" So then I looked him up, and I'm like, "Oh wow, that's crazy," because the guy's literally he was married, he was engaged to Christina Ricci. He's in big Hollywood movies, the whole fucking nine. And I was like, "Wild," So I talked to him on the phone. I didn't interact with him on social media that way.
And then you called him out privately.
And I called him out privately about this crap before I did publicly, and tried to just man-to-man it, and he lied to me. And I still got the phone where he did it and all the messages.
Yeah, well, he collected a huge sum of money for these quote unquote said commune properties, and nobody's allowed on the property.
Tons of money. Well, that's the one in Idaho, and that isn't really his fault. The community came together and said, we don't want a fucking cult of, because then also, I think it's Veritech maybe, that is coming in and giving them like military training and shit like that. And like the people are like, no, we don't want a well-armed militia cult living next to us that we don't know. Like, yeah. And he's already got, yeah, rough stuff. But that's, and so Jim Bob was part of who he was attacking, and I brought that up in my public call out. So I've always gotten along with Jim Bob since, which we never really had a problem with each other, but that's kind of where we made a connection.
Well, and I think what gets me is it's like the punishment that you describe is shit that we see non-stop in these spaces.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Online.
Andrew reminds me a lot of Owen Benjamin's show where he grifts. Like,
yeah, same grifting, same punishment if you step out of line. The whole nine. It's really like the internet was like opening the doors wide open for cults, where before that you had to like be in a specific area. You know, now they have availability to everybody.
Well, we even saw like with Love Is One, that's crazy psycho mother god, they were using the internet.
I wanted to see how that ended though.
Well, unfortunately it didn't show all the way through. Eventually what happened was she died, and they carted her from they kept getting evicted from places. They had her in a sleeping bag in which she fucking mummified, and eventually the cult like just left her in one of these apartments they were getting evicted from. There's body camera footage of the police going in, and there's like Christmas lights up, and here's her mummy on the bed in a fucking sleeping bag, and everybody's just went to live a life.
They got tired of carting her around.
Yeah,
like, she's fine here.
They believed she was gonna resurrect, and it didn't happen. She turned into a mummy. And yeah, she died begging to go to the hospital, and they said, no, you told us this has to happen, so you got to go through this. And they did. She got exactly what she asked for. I guess you got to be careful of what kind of message you're putting out to your people.
Why, is that what you're hoping is going to happen to Jack, Chuck?
No. I wish no.
I'm just fucking around.
I actually wish no ill on the man. Though
I know. He's the one with feels.
Yes. I got feels. Sorry.
I thought Jack was pretty.
No,
nice.
I said he's the one with the feels.
Oh.
You seem to be a genuine person who he's literally delusional.
Yeah.
Sasquatch, you got any good cult stories?
Dude, we pass around snakes down here like a fucking card game. Yeah, there's a few cults around. I don't see any problem with most of your Christian-based cults. I mean, they're no weirder than Pentecostals, in most cases. So, you're gonna have to go pretty far to get me to be negative to the whole communal concept. I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting together with like-minded people. When it becomes a problem is when one person starts exerting their will, or a small group of people exert their will on a larger group of people. I'm not into that. That's not my thing. I don't do that.
Yeah. I think some of the tactics that,
I already said I'm sorry. My God.
Really, you're the one who's been shamed around here lately. So, just saying, if anybody's been punished, it's you. Hi, Jack. I'm glad you stuck around.
Bah, old hat at that shit.
What? Repeat.
Sorry, I'm doing dishes. I said I'm an old hat at that shit. Everybody missed what Exiled said when he came up on Dusty's. He goes, I don't know what you guys are all going on about. This is very mild for a 10th man crash out. He's seen all my crash outs in 6 years. That's like the 10th or 12th one. No joke. That was actually very mild for me.
Jack Shack. The link, Dusty's got my link up at the top. Come on over. You're welcome. So, Sasquatch left. It's so weird when he leaves his chair. I just got to point that out. That always trips me out. Yeah, no, though, I thought, like I just said before, Jack, I thought you were perfectly fine up here. I thought you were really gracious, and I didn't see anything bad happen. Snafu
I think you're a horrible person, Jack. A horrible, horrible monster. That's what he wants.
Yes. I wanted to, Jack, if you want to come back up and talk about that, because we didn't get to go to that. And I did bring it up later and said that you had wanted to talk about it. I'd love to hear your input.
First question. Is Paul the potentially famous person?
Good question. I don't know. I haven't watched much of Paul at all, honestly.
I met him when he first became a thing, and it was actually because he went on Pro that he gained any popularity, and I met him when he first, and we didn't get along at all. That was the end of that. I ended up on another show, Beth Martin's show, I think.
I heard she had some a good stream over at Sarah's recently.
Yeah, Beth's great. She's another one that got burnt during the 2020 reactions and whatnot, and never got her channel back.
Canadian.
Yeah, I got to meet her. We met in person. It was.
Is she a life coach?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, yeah, I met her one time over at Rose's.
Yeah.
Rose 777.
Yeah.
I don't know that whole story either.
What about Rose?
Yeah. I know
Rose
she was bombed by Dusty.
Yeah. Well, number one. So Rose is old school. She's from back in the days when we really could say anything on the internet. And so she fought hard against the whole 2020 thing. But the thing is Rose 777 is because she's the manager of Crow 777. So she has a platform, and Crow's got his own web, his own platform and all that shit. So you can only nerve her and what she's talking about so much. And she came out and got pushy with that kind of stuff with everybody else. Well, and then would go on. She went on Dusty's channel and said some things, and Dusty's like, "You can't say that shit." And she said it. And she said it in the form of she was trying to repeat a Patrice O'Neill joke. And and so it said, it's one of the words that we can't say. And Dusty's like, "I don't give a fuck if it's a Patrice O'Neill joke. You can't say it." And she fought him on it. And those two. And so Dusty thinks that she's trying to get people's channel banned. But I know her in person. I've met her in person. Like 10 times. I've stayed at her house. She's just like that. I mean, the first thing you got to remember is she's a rich Jewish little girl who's never had rules. And then
you understand that she was doing all that at the same time that she was also trying to get me to use one of her channels.
Well, that she said, because that if you were worried about not being able to reach people, you can just use her channel because she doesn't care about it. And this is true. She is one of the strangest people you'll ever meet, dude. But a true sweetheart.
I just think that you're maybe the patriarchy runs strong in you. I'll say that.
You almost said simp, Flo. I heard it.
I heard it.
No, I was about to say sucker, actually.
Oh, okay.
Well, she's never used me for anything. It's been a mutual exchange at any given point. I'm one of the more common speakers on Crow 777. I'm good friends with her husband or her boyfriend. So I mean, I don't have the same relationship with other people.
I wasn't listening. until like I cammed up. That's when I came back, and so I didn't hear what was said before. But since we're on the topic, what is it? How did they find Crow?
Crow is, so he discovered what was called the lunar wave, and so it's literally during some super moons, and he recorded this. It's these little lines, and it looks similar to, like, you remember back in the day when you had just the 2 dials on your TV, and then you had to turn the one inside dial to try and get.
How old do you think I am?
All right, fuck you, fucking kids. So it looks like that. There's these 2 weird lines, and so Crow was the first person to discover and record that, and so his channel became giant. He had over 1 million subs at one point in time before his channel was taken originally, and they ended up having to give it back because so many people were hostile about it. So he had a lot of notoriety from having done that, which you can look up the lunar wave. It's been recorded by a bunch of people now. He just happened to be the first, and it happens over other planets also for some reason. So there's now a Jupiter wave, and it's just a really weird thing to watch. Or like, why this line, 2 lines, it's alignable.
But when did they come into the, like, how did they get involved?
Crow, Jason is a big sound guy. So Crow has his own website, the whole 9. They do it professionally. They record it in like 6 different ways and do all the editing. Jason's that guy. He's the big sound tech, recording tech, blah, blah, blah. Rose is the manager who does the bookings and does the social media and, interacts with people because she enjoys interacting with people all day, every day. And she's locked in a wheelchair, so she got nothing better to do.
Oh shit! Crab sent in the $2. I is BLM champ. Super chat.
But Rose is. I watched what she did during the 2020 nonsense. So what happened with you is just in line with everything else she's ever done. And
well, I mean, but she can destroy her own channel, which she did, right? That's fine.
Yeah,
she can't do it on mine.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I had that talk with her, and I said that to her. I was like, Rose, not everybody has Crow backing them, so this is important to them, and hanging on to it does mean something, and you can't just go in tromping in other people's things saying they don't mean anything.
Even yeah. So even if you're right, and then she didn't intend anything, and she is a sweetheart, she's still a spoiled brat who doesn't respect people's boundaries. So
I don't know if you heard that part, but I said she's a Jewish little rich girl.
Oh yeah.
Never had to pay penalties for anything.
And I resent the fact that I was just forced to use boundaries, like, and reference my boundaries. It's just.
But you even let her come back, and she did it to you again.
Yeah.
Yep. Doesn't know about, again. When I say Jewish little rich girl, I mean
you should stop saying that.
Super rich.
Like, maybe
Valley girl.
I know her backstory. I'm just, but that's. I don't know. Like,
that paradigm.
Whether or not she intended to isn't the issue. If she had not intended to, then then the whole thing, she could have just stopped.
Yes.
Like I did with my weird gay email thing. And you were like, no, never mind. And then that's it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% agree. I said I agreed with you during it. Just because I'm standing up for her as a person doesn't mean that I don't disagree that she was wrong in that situation. I 100% she was wrong in that situation. She took a bunch of Xanax, and I picked her up from the airport and drove her to her dad's house because I happened to be in LA that day. And her dad wrongfully assumed I drugged her and thought we were smoking cracks. We did it because we were doing because my buddy did a dab while I was hauling her inside. And then while I was there, her sister, who's super Hollywood, had just been to like the Emmys or Grammys or some shit. I don't know. And Oscars, the thing with the TV people that give each other prizes, and she's telling me all this back stuff from behind the scenes. And I looked at her and I was like, I don't know who a single one of those people are. And then she just kept telling me the story anyways. So
what do you think about how she did Notch?
From and her boyfriend is much more level-headed, you know. Hell of
I mean,
a guy.
wouldn't that
he
indicate
said that they tried to help that guy. I don't agree with what she did on his YouTube. That's some crazy shit that she did on his YouTube. When she opened up his YouTube and did that shit to try and get turned on, that's batshit crazy.
But wouldn't that indicate that she sort of does these things and kind of tells them?
She's super impulsive. She's got more physical problems than anybody I've ever known. Like, she's legit in the hospital 6 or 8 times a year. Her guts don't work right. They give her weird, different medications. She loses her mind every now and then. Nothing in her body. I don't know how she's still alive, to be honest. Like, she's a paraplegic with extreme digestive issues and other issues.
Sounds like a fun date.
Yeah.
Cheap and no, I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna say.
I'm surprised you even took a step out down that road, honey. Honestly,
At least you don't have to wait too long for it to be over.
I got a joke at that point. Anybody want to hear a joke?
Yes.
What's the most difficult part about eating a vegetable?
The chair.
The bone.
Putting her
Put
back,
her diaper back on. Yeah.
Oh
But
my goodness.
When you take that all into account and you actually know her as a person, 99% of the time, she's a sweetheart of a person that will do anything for you.
She wants to help.
She wants to help you. She wants to be nice. You know, she's a nice
I get it. You've got the, like I said, the patriarchy is strong in you.
Right.
Would you?
I got what you're saying.
Like, I get it. You're like, as admirable. You're protective of this girl who's, you're like, I get it. I don't know that I think your assessment is accurate, but you're coming from a place that, like, I respect it regardless.
I've heard that Kenny is a patriarch.
Kenny don't have sex.
Well, yeah, I think they
Cause
stopped.
my jaw.
I wonder if I saw Kenny. I went to that exhibit with all the.
Have you seen the Ligers? The Ligers fucking blow my mind. All right, so check this out. And actually,
Is that what they're calling them nowadays?
well,
Happy Liger Month.
All right,
No,
hang
not
on.
with the hard R, bro.
Ligers.
Hard R in Black History Month? That's crazy.
Exiled, say hi.
This whole time, I've not heard y'all bring up the most important point. These cults make money. When are we starting our own cult?
It's a very good fucking question. I mean,
Gotta
we
get
could
some
start
serious.
right now. My Cash App is on the stream or on the ticker. Y'all should absolutely send me some money because boy, I've been
hit that motherfucker.
Hell yeah. Hell best
I'm way
kickstart our
ahead of you
cult.
guys. I got the 2020 symbol beside my name. Been doing this for 6 years. I'm well ahead.
So, real quick though, about
I ain't
the
making out with
Ligers,
that, 10th.
because we're talking about breeding experiments that are. Thank you, Margot. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
breeding
Exile just showed up right on time
What I do.
Ligers are a combination
to talk about the breeding experiments that went wrong.
This one's like wild. Okay, they literally created a monster. It's a father lion and a mother tiger. Now, all of us have a gene in us that tells us when to stop growing. Okay, and the way that if I remember correctly, it works is in lions, the female carries that gene and passes it on. And in tigers, it's the male that passes that gene on. So when they mated, the male lion who does not have that gene with the female tiger who does not have that gene, they ended up with fucking 12-foot tall fucking cats that eat shit tons of meat all the time and are like
What happened with Squatch?
Where do I get me one?
massive.
I'm here.
You should look them up. It's really crazy. And then in the meantime, when they did it the other way around, so it's the Tigons, father tiger, mother lion. They're actually on the smaller side because they have a double stop growing gene. But
I'll take one of each.
then they
I
are
like that. Can I have that? I'll have what he's having.
then what's really interesting is they took that genetic theory behind that and have been playing with that with the Nephilim theory.
How did I know it was going to go to that?
Left fucking field real goddamn quick, Beth. Hold on.
Hey, do you have your hat? Okay, there you go.
Dude,
Take yourself.
all over that shit.
Where's mine, Squatch?
I know
You're
Ben's gonna know what I'm
behind
talking
me
about with
and
that.
put your finger right on a fucking Nephilim before I'll
Hey, don't you ruin our chances at our cult over here, Sasquatch. You and that damn tinfoil hat of yours.
getting a fucking nose in front of me before you.
Since
Okay.
There's a lot of people that think that the entire COVID thing where they made everybody do swabs was just to get them to try and find.
They swabbed me in jail too.
Yeah, you can't say the C word, right?
You know, how do you not
can't
know
now.
that?
They took
Yeah, they fucking let off of that a long time ago. They got sued like a motherfucker.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, 8 months ago they changed.
My last
the
strike was
policy.
for that shit.
Hey,
Really?
Were you given medical advice?
When did you get struck for this, Dusty?
Like Rose, you dumbass.
Let's just
What-
eliminate that word from our vocabulary for
That's fine. I just want to know when Dusty got hit for that.
Anyways,
the C word, cooch.
Yeah. HQ.
You should have let me eat more cereal before pulling that shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
a slip of the tongue either way. But there's a lot of
Dusty's
people
getting
that
testy,
there's a
y'all.
giant conspiracy that they were looking for people that they do these experiments on through their genetics, and that's why they went and had everybody swab like that.
They ain't get mine, except in jail.
They already had mine. I was a felon.
Me too.
Still are, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, bro. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
Yeah, but try looking it up though. It's a hidden felony now.
Did you know that you can decline that? You can decline the mouth swab. When you get arrested for a felony, you can decline the mouth swab.
All I know is they wouldn't gonna let me out, bro, until I submitted DNA.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, I didn't know that until afterwards, but it's worth putting in your pocket.
Well, of course not. They're not going to tell you that.
All they gotta do though is go get a warrant.
Wish I would have known that at the time.
They woke me up at 4:30 in the morning, not like I was sleeping on a cold slab.
Bro, me
Fuck's
too.
sake.
Yeah, it's about the same time for me, but I got released the next day, so I was okay with it.
Well, I mean, so did I, but there's no clock on the wall. You don't know what's going on. They don't tell you shit. The guy across the way is getting food, he's getting drinks, and all turns out he's a friend of the CEO. Yeah. I ain't get shit. I was hungry. I was on my way to work when they got my motherfucking ass.
You should get locked up with me. I got some connection.
I think that'd be fun, dude. We'd have a blast.
Gets you pulled over a lot.
But it's kind of
So
like
here's
camp.
Here's the question,
It
though.
would be like camp. Me and you, we'd be chilling.
What experiments do you think do they hypothesize that they were trying to look to be able to do?
Well, they're
Look at the bottom middle. You'll see one.
like one of the
Somebody
big
move Squatch over, please. Thank
Breeding
you.
experiments gone wrong.
One of the big theories goes around about the Rh negative, and I don't remember if it's the negative or the positive. I think it's the positive that has trouble dumping toxic metals.
Yeah.
And so then they were saying that's why they were trying to do all that. That was a big one, that they're trying to find people with a genetic code that still are Nephilim, that they're to try and breed that back.
Oh my god!
That RH shit is crazy.
Yeah, the Rh negative shit.
Yeah, like the fact that it exists at all is wild.
All right. So this has been kind of bugging me for a minute. The
Okay.
RH negative thing.
the blue bloods.
The issue with it is Rh negative trait. Okay.
Try that again.
Just continue.
Disrespectful.
I wanted to hear what Squatch was saying.
I want to hear
Ignore
what
Squatch. It
was
never
saying, too.
happened.
Can we
Keep
please
going.
act like ladies?
Sorry,
Thank you.
Damn, you ran our entertainment off. Son
Damn it.
bitch.
Damn it. God damn it, Squatch. Get in here.
I'm starting to feel like he knew somebody was going to interrupt and he just wanted to leave us on a cliffhanger.
He did.
They say that
He does that a
elites
lot.
only have
That's
Rh
what I
negative
mean.
blood.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask the patriarchy to please come teach me something. Don't even think
Good
about
save.
it, Dustin.
Good save. Love it.
Wait, what do you want?
Nothing.
Okay. Because that's what you're gonna get.
Yeah. Anybody ever see a dead bear?
Man, yes,
Like
yeah.
in the wild, not hit by a car, like in the wild. Yeah, you're walking a trail or something.
Well, I was hiking a trail near my house and I found where a bear had left part of its lunch. But
Okay, but how
no,
about like a corpse of a bear? A
I've
bear
seen
corpse.
one.
No, I'd be
on the
scared if
side
I
of a
found the
highway
corpse
in
of a
Pennsylvania.
bear. What the
And I
fuck
almost-
killed a bear?
Well,
in the woods.
I think
what
it
I'm
was,
getting at is also how about like a puma or a mountain lion? You ever see a corpse in them? Like out in the
Yeah.
wild. Like you see the deer and stuff. You do. You see them. They get scavenged, or sorry, they get taken down by the apex predator, and then they get scavenged. But what about an apex predator? Have you ever seen the corpse or a body of one of them? You know, a Nephilim, like Squatch over here. A bear, a black bear, grizzly bear, a mountain lion, etc. I've never seen it. I just want to
I
know.
live in the woods, so they're all, you know, they get hit by cars, shit like that. It happens.
Okay, but in the woods, though, in the woods.
If you hit a bear with a car, I would see the car dead on the side of the road before I'd see the bear dead on the side of the road.
I was driving through Pennsylvania and I saw a big ass. First time I've ever seen a bear like that outside of a zoo on the side of the fucking road, dead. And all I can imagine is a truck must have hit it or something. That fucking thing was as big as my car.
Please, Jack, get to the end of the story. What is the point of where you're trying to lead us?
Yeah.
Well, it's not really a story. It's I want to know: has anyone on this panel of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out in nature, not on the road, hit by a car? Have you seen the corpse of a bear or like a mountain lion, like a large cat?
Like I live out in the woods in the mountains, bro. It takes me an hour to get to somewhere where I can buy anything.
Okay. Well, then you of all people, I would love your take on
So
that.
when we say the roads, I don't even really mean you wouldn't even recognize it as a road.
Right.
Like it is. I live just out deep in the woods, and so like
Chuck, wave at me.
I drive a F350 with a 4-inch lift because I have to.
I got you.
Basically, and I've got posi lock rear end and 4-wheel drive and all that. Just
Okay, but what's that got to do with the corpses of the bears and the
Well,
mountain lions?
the nature conservation where I live at, they release wildcats, like big wildcats, to control the population of the deer, and you often find them on the side of the highway dead when they do that.
Side of the highway, I don't. It's all about being found in nature, out on the right off the trail, off the game trails where they're.
Well, you got to
hunting.
think
Have you
how
ever seen
big
them there?
nature is and your chance of bumping into anything dead, even a human body that's been disposed of in the woods.
Right.
It's very rare.
There's a lot of scavengers. Just because it's an apex predator doesn't mean that the rats aren't going to pick it apart.
Dude, and bears are scavengers. Bears
They
like
are,
old
and-
dead meat. They like old dead meat. Like I can't bury a thing on my property deep enough for the bears not to come get it. Like we've got a lot of bears around here. Like actually, bears are much easier to deal with than mountain lions. Mountain lions are much easier.
Where the fuck do you live? South Dakota or some shit?
I'm from.
He's a mountain man.
I'm from.
Well, obviously.
South Dakota. I live in the Northern California. I live in Humboldt.
Oh, okay, yeah, that still have a lot of wildlife there too.
I have
there's no
coyote
county.
bats by my house. 2 of them.
Hell yeah.
And
It
they
takes
go
me-
on either side of my fucking property, and there's a whole herd of deer that comes like right down through my property. And amazingly, like they've never messed with my chickens. The fox. I have one raccoon that now every night comes up, and I'm not even shitting you because there's snow. I can see exactly what he's doing. He like peeks and looks into the chicken coop, and then he grabs the hot dog I leave for him and takes off every night like clockwork.
You ever see wild turkeys?
Yeah, they walk through my yard. I'm gonna have
You
a
know
nice.
how they travel, right? Straight line.
Yeah.
Yep.
Straight line.
You know that the males will attack your car.
Oh yeah. I had seven that lived on my property until like 2 years ago. A pack of wild turkeys came by, and apparently they were making sexy noises or something. And the last two, they eventually rolled out. But I have other turkeys, and then I had 7 wild turkeys. They're just like, oh yeah, you feed us, you don't do anything, we'll hang
Can
out.
you demonstrate these sexy noises they make?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
please.
It's
Please.
The boys take and jam their feathers down into the ground super hard, and then they'll do this little spin, and it makes this. They go while they're doing that, and they do this, and it's like you can feel it. There's a vibration that you can literally feel because their feathers are hollow.
So if you're telling me I play these noises tonight, I'm gonna get laid.
You might get a turkey to come fuck with you. You might. Keep practicing. I have faith in you.
Sasquatch is back. Great.
Yay! He seen I put up the bat signal.
Can everybody?
Yeah, let's shut up and hear what Sasquatch got to say.
The blood, please.
That's kind of what a turkey sounds like when he's looking for booty. I can't do it.
All right, can you finish telling us about this DNA, Sasquatch? Because I was like getting all into the conversation about it, and then you just vamoosed on us, brother.
It's the same noise as that bad apple guy was making to Dusty.
So the fact that there's Rh negative blood strung out across a whole bunch of different family lines implies that all of these family lines actually source from a very small genetic population that was developed somewhere around maybe 1000 BC or so. We don't know exactly when, but how, why, or in what way that took place is absolutely absurd. It became a promoted feature in medieval times because some of the royalty were Rh negative, and they interbred and made it sort of a thing, and everybody was dorking kings and princes and everything and all kinds of illegitimate children. And so the really questionable part is, how does a small group of genetically recessive traits land in a significant portion of a population spread across the surface of the globe?
Oh, that's pretty easy. What was Genghis Khan's blood type? Because 72% of the world's population is related to Genghis Khan.
I get that, but that doesn't seem to really hold with Rh negative because all right. There are various negative components to all the blood types, right? Some are rare, some are less rare. When you get down to things like AB negative, the idea of AB negative developing independently from other Rh types is a little weird. It would be some mutation associated with A and B negative people specifically, right? And that's a very small section of the population that would have to not only persist in a larger population, but also meet up and have kids to further them. Otherwise, their recessive traits gets bred out. And that is wild.
I got a question since you're a blood expert. Is it possible for your blood type to change?
No.
Yes. Well,
what? How?
I was
maybe transfusion.
I was an old positive. I was an old positive as a kid. When I went into the service, it was old positive. A few years ago, before I started all these surgeries, when they did the blood, I was an A.
Okay, yeah, more than likely that has something to do with blood transfusions then.
It could.
Are
But
you sure you was O positive and not O negative?
Whatever the hell it was an old something.
Yeah, I think you're O negative because O
I'm
negative
not
is the type that
100%,
goes with
but if
those
he
blood
got a
types.
transfusion, I believe this would have to be O, because isn't
Hold on.
isn't O the universal donor?
O negative, yes.
What are you
That's the
saying,
universal donor.
I was
so
about
you
to say
couldn't
the
give-
reason
if
that
he
he's
had
O
O, you
negative is
couldn't
because he
him
can't give
A.
any orgasms, and the reason that I'm O positive is because I make that leg shake. Shout out to Lauren for the $2. She says,
Hell
"Fuck your
yeah.
invoice," and then $2 more says, "I'm paying this for Cutlass." Thank you, Lauren, for celebrating Black History Month with us.
Oh, I'm supposed to get the 1099 either to you or from you, Flo, according to the IRS.
You're gonna have to
What
talk
the
to the accountant.
fuck?
Well, thank you for having us on.
That's
Beth.
too many donations,
Good
Chuck.
time. Nice
Turn this
seeing
shit
you.
into a
right,
business.
Chuck?
I
You-
got
You're
another
taking
show I
off
got to
then?
be at. Yeah, I got another show I got to be at.
Thank you guys
All
for
right,
coming.
Ben.
I always
And I
appreciate
retract calling you whatever I called you. I needed some cereal.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
You called him a
Have a good night.
patriarch.
Love you,
Hey,
Chris.
guys.
What kind of
Yeah,
cereal is it?
Take care, brother.
Somebody's trying
They
to ask me a question.
They were having a fine Cocoa Puff with whole milk.
It can wait.
Hell yeah. Chocolate
What I was
milk
asking,
afterwards.
do you ever have a bone marrow transplant, Chuck?
No.
It's my favorite.
Any blood transfusions that were a lot of blood?
Yes.
Was it any time around when you had the most recent blood test?
Yes.
Oh, then that's why. That's exactly
Okay.
why I said. Yeah, I looked it
I
up here
never
because
even-
I knew that it could. Yeah, that's why.
I never thought about that.
Do it,
Go
yes.
ahead, Sasquatch.
Also,
well, because
is
Hang on,
a
Tuck.
chance of stem cells coming over from the donor and going into the bone, and it will slowly, especially if it's a healthier donor. And this sounds really weird, but it's rare as hell. But if you get a really heavy blood transfusion and you happen to catch a handful of stem cells in the process, the stem cells will implant themselves in the bone marrow and begin making that particular type of blood. Now, typically it doesn't change from A to B or whatever, but being O, anyone can donate to you.
Oh, okay. Because my last.
This is how
my
invasion
last-
of the body snatchers happened. Your body no longer belongs to you. It belongs to the guy that donated, sir.
His personality.
My body, my choice.
My last two back surgeries were huge.
What
and
does-
it was. Go ahead, Dust. I'm
Me?
confused.
Yeah, you. You kept
Why?
trying to talk, so I got everybody to shush for you.
Oh, I think. Oh, thank you. I think I'm just over here making little like snide comments.
I love it.
It's my job.
Sugar. You suck
But
at
my last two back surgeries were two-parters, and each one of them required between 15 and 20 pints.
I could have got it done in one.
Hell yeah. My man's a piped ammonium.
I'm telling you.
Did you
They
know?
trained a donor for you.
Did you know that? I think it's most of the blood types in South America can be traced back to like the Caspian Sea, like that's where they originate out of.
There's
Really?
a damn good reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Do
You want to
know
tell
what's
us?
that? Well, after white man landed over there, a handful of diseases ran rampant in the population, and then more white people showed up.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean that to do it to them.
Do what to who?
To give all them diseases to them folks. They didn't know any better.
Well,
We
it's
ran
not
them
your
through.
fault. You know, it was the time. It was the time when you did that kind of things. You know.
Well, I was carrying those stone tablets around. You know, I had to take breaks from time to time.
You were one of those people that they got those weird ass drawings of from Göbekli Tepe or whatever the frick it is, carrying around
Wait, is
that
that
little
the one with
pouch.
the antennas on the square head? Because that
Yeah,
looked like a
that's
moose
Chuck.
to me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, Chuck. Famous,
Hey,
bro.
hey. All right, who's the expert? What's a scanning attack
What's a what?
on my scanning attack on my system?
Oh, Beth got that one. Go ahead, Beth.
You need a pop-up blocker.
On my. Well, it pops up on its own.
Oh, my bad. I was not paying attention.
Does it come with a dial-up sound?
Just call Microsoft; they'll fix it for you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
that'll
a tech
work.
person.
Unless you own a Dell computer, then you got to call those guys.
Click
Dude,
delete.
When I have these questions, I ask fucking Sasquatch or Dusty. What am I
Well,
missing? Joke.
I know Dusty's not tech savvy. That's why I didn't ask Dusty.
Neither am I. I actually left StreamYard because I'm not tech savvy.
So I may have been a tech for a couple days. What you getting a pop up somewhere, Chuck?
Well, it just said scanning attack. I've had 3 of them within the last 10 minutes.
Where's this showing up at?
From my modem.
Oh boy.
No.
Yeah, somebody trying to remotely get into your shit.
Is it like a hand coming up and going scanning, or is it like on the screen?
Oh, there's another one.
I'll tell you what, Chuck. Completely clear out your browser history. That way, they got nothing to find.
Clear out
in
your
there.
cache, man. Clear out your cache.
Yeah.
What are you working with? Windows? You're working with
motherfuckers are
what do we got here? Safari.
My cash. I
And
got
then if you got a
$300 in my
VPN,
pocket. Where do I
VPN,
put
start
it?
running it.
VPN. Yeah, I do got one.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, just
You're not
clear
running
out your
a
cache
VPN,
and your
are
search
ya?
history, bro, and then run your VPN. It should fix that issue.
First,
All right.
save your cash, and I'll
I
clean it
took
all.
the cash out of my pocket. Now what?
Right?
Oh my god!
Throw it out the window.
Okay.
Wrong cash, motherfucker. Wrong cash.
Right back. I gotta go pick up some cash outside.
Fucking Squat's gonna come back, gold fucking chains and shit, big fucking gold crown. Just fucking hand the money out.
You know what? Fuck it. Give all your money to Dusty. All your cash to Dusty.
Yeah, dude, just throw it all over to Dusty. He'll handle it. He knows what he's
I
doing.
did. Did you even check your Cash App?
Yeah, anybody who's ever having any issues with their devices,
you're muted.
This is not a paid promotion, and I don't get paid by anybody. But I've been using something called AVG. It's called Antivirus Guard. It is a free antivirus solution. It's even good for Apple and Android now. Windows, I'm not sure about Mac, but it is completely free. Trust me, I do a lot, and I rely on that. I've never had a problem for many years. AVG
I have
Antivirus
that one.
Guard.
Yep.
What about my wiener?
Too small to matter.
I've heard that your wiener
the
has
lady
lots
on
of
the corner
viruses.
can fix that for you.
I heard that.
Thank you, Beth, for the Cash App.
Try
Just
boiling
like
water.
Caller in trouble now. Drop bombs, Beth. Drop bombs for the donors.
I don't
Boiling
have
water
bombs.
helps.
Drop them, girl. Come on.
Do someone fart?
You're gonna have to put bombs
Now
in the
someone
back.
say dudes are hot.
Dudes are hot.
Let me see.
I'd fuck a dude. Is that better?
Where? I'll give you. I'll give you some.
That's the next
What
one.
are we turning into?
Man, it's just the dumb. So bad, man.
That clip is quiet.
I hope he's not mad at me
You need a
still.
louder one. You need a loud one.
Why did you make him mad?
I told you I called him out on.
Oh yeah.
I give a
I'm trying
fuck
to
if he's
steal
mad at me. That
audience.
guy's a little anal.
It's better than big anal.
Well, he said dudes are hot, so.
He's been mad at me ever since I told him he looked like a toe.
Pardon me.
A year and a half ago, dude. That was a long time ago. Back when he looked like a toe. He looks a lot better now.
How come Joe Cool wants to fight with you so much, Scorch?
Because I won't bite into his woe is me victimhood narrative. I'm going to beat you about the ears with the fact that I'm black and I tell jokes. And if things were different in my personal life, I might bite on some of that shit. That is not. It's the way it is, and he has to deal with that shit. And just because he wants to be the local victim, I don't have to permit it. I don't have to participate in his delusions.
You know, you're falling for a witch spell, right? When you're dealing with Joe about that.
Well, Sasquatch was rather stoic. He didn't budge.
No, I'm saying Joe. That's a role that Joe plays.
Sure.
That he
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm about
actually
to say,
believe
I
that.
thought Joe just likes to give shit to us that he's known the longest.
I told a joke, and as you know, my jokes have been known to like upset people.
I thought they were very mild.
This one did ride the ragged edge, but I was on OG's panel, and he digs that kind of shit. So I went deep into the paint, and Joe laughed, and this is the part I think that offended him. He laughed at it, and then after he laughed, he realized what he laughed at and got mad.
Yep, got mad at himself.
And tried to take it out on me. And that's the thing. I, that's not my fault. I can't help it if you're racist.
Why didn't you call him out for that?
I was
Wait a second.
Pre-show and Sam's show. I was literally transitioning
If
over.
this were a ball, this would be you.
I know, bro.
You dropped
Wait a
the
minute.
ball.
Did you ask him for your bike back or something?
Did you say you transitioned?
Finger, no hand, having
OG,
squatch.
say the word. OG, say the word. I'm not going to say it.
The N word?
Yeah, wait. What?
Neighbor?
Ninja.
Ninja.
No, none of that'll work. He said it a specific way.
Liger.
Can I say it? I got my black card.
You mean Bell, I'm not
I
saying
lost
that,
mine.
man.
You got your black wings or something. I don't know if you got your black card, but you got. I don't know.
You call him a
I'll cam up. I'm in the Jets right now, bro.
Anyway, I got to drop off. My chat, since Beth doesn't have her redirects set up, I just dropped a link to her channel so you can go there because I'm not redirecting you anywhere else. But I do have to go do some things.
I'll show you how to fix that later, Beth.
I'll be back. I'll be back on later tonight.
You got to restock boxes of cereal, don't you?
No, you want to know what I got to do? I got to fucking hang curtains.
What?
My daughter.
That's a woman's job.
I got to hang curtain rods. My
Oh,
daughter.
okay.
Nice.
Days, and I told her before I got on here, I was like, okay, give me a second, I'll do it. And then I got on here because I heard what I heard, and so like now I got to go do this.
You want to know how to piss them off real fast, Flo, when they won't ask you again? Use a staple gun.
No, but I like doing stuff for my daughter.
I did that with my dog and
He's a
his
good
tail.
dad.
I put his tail back on.
All right, thanks for having me up. Good talk.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. And then he runs away.
Damn.
I've gotten raids. I don't know why you couldn't. What's the difference?
You got age. What?
Raid. R-A-I.
Rated.
I don't know. So you do have it turned on?
My blood was checked 7 years ago.
Raided me at the beginning.
Oh, Lindsay, come up, Lindsay.
There's no.
Yeah, Dusty was live. He might have been shutting it down, and everybody came from over there.
Well, no, if he's streaming from here, he can't raid back to here, I don't think. Maybe he can. He should be able to. If you've got
people watching on his channel that know this channel, they can hop off that channel and hop over here, Sass.
Yeah,
Right, he dropped the link.
Legitimate raid. Like, is there a reason why?
Squatch dropped the ball, he dropped the link. That's what we
I
do.
mean, not everything has to be a
other out.
fancy redirect.
And by my next show, I will have some fun clips for donos and shit. I know that one. Shit, I'm still working on.
Quit making excuses, Beth. You sound like Mike now.
That's right. You just be you. We love you for who you are on the panel.
Well, thank you. I like hanging out with you guys. Y'all are a lot
She
of fun.
sounds like who?
What?
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh my god, I'd be jumping on panels and people.
Oh, was saying sorry all the time.
Yeah. I just didn't want to keep it going was all. I didn't think it was that funny enough to.
Yeah, but for
Yeah,
future
joke.
reference, sorry ain't as effective as fuck yous.
Yeah, why is this a sausage factory? Get more ladies up here, Beth. Get an intermingling. Get a
Oh,
like a
Margot's
co-ed
down there.
volleyball
Get
game
Margot
going.
up here.
Margot, help me. Help
Hold
me.
on.
Lindsay, Margot.
Hold on, Chuck. I can explain why there's no more ladies up here. When Uncle Jack showed up, all the bitches ran off.
They did. It's a
Mm.
normal thing. It happens. Does.
Andy, my cooking
You're
abilities,
scaring the hose, man. You're scaring the hose.
I'd give myself a solid.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
well,
still
if they were
here,
my hose, you
OG.
wouldn't be
Leave a little
scared. They'd
room to
get a
fuck
fresh
stuff up.
one. What
I am
they
a
get.
hell of a good cook. Like I'm one of those moms. Like I grow everything in the garden and then make
But
cute things. This
Cynthia, you know a way to a man's heart is through his soul.
SC, can you turn your
I
camera on
thought it
for
was
me,
through his
please?
sternum.
Does anyone know who?
Kalima.
I don't have a soul, but you can use my stomach.
Pause.
Hello. Anybody know who SC Phoenix is?
Who?
No.
SC
Put up a banner.
Yeah,
They
put up
left.
a banner. I about to say I'm
I don't know
curious
if it's
about
the
new
person I
people.
think it might
How
be.
about this? Put up a curtain rod like Flo did.
With staples.
And then pull it out of Staples, and then we'll see who's behind there.
There you go.
Pay no attention to the squatch behind the curtain.
She's totally ignoring us.
Someone's saying that that's Margot. Whoever
Oh, is that
Margot is.
Margot? It probably is.
We knew it was a squatch behind the curtain. We were
But
looking
she's
at
not
the
paying
navel
attention.
right above.
Not going on camera is what they say in Phoenix Volunteer Red Rotatime.
Sorry, my kid
I
needed
did
my
that.
attention for a second. I apologize.
Put the banner up. I think it's Margot.
Stop apologizing, Beth. Damn it.
What are
Yeah.
you, Canadian?
All right, it's
Yeah.
SC
Go hard.
Phoenix Volunteer ADA Title II Auditors, and they left a link for a clip in the back.
Oh, shit. I wouldn't touch it.
Preview the clip.
Jesus. Don't open it. It's full of AIDS.
I'll open it. Hold on. Let me check it out.
Hi, Margot. Can you turn your camera
Someone say
on?
hate.
God, that's
Real
scary.
quick.
If you start
It's
doing
full of
all
N
that,
words.
I'll leave.
No, don't do it.
It might be.
That shit.
Hi, Margot.
Hi.
Yep, that's Margot.
Hi, Margot.
Hello, gentlemen.
Where? Who came
Hello.
in?
Good evening.
Ah!
Our buddy didn't last very long, Margot.
You know, I made an observation about that.
Cool
You know,
little clip, Beth.
Did you read his comment he left in chat?
What did
Yes.
you
Front
say?
chat when he left?
Yes, I did.
I
That
said it's a
was
cool
very
little clip. It's
bold.
back on the conversation of cats.
But you know,
Oh God, Beth, you're being prawn bombed. You're being prawn
when I
bombed.
knew Jack back
Whoa. Down, boys. Down. Go ahead, Margot.
Well, this channel's been taken down.
Hang on.
Uh-oh.
when I knew Jack back in Spokane, and we had threads with the post office people and some other friends, you know, Jack would get angry if we weren't talking with
Who,
him
me?
constantly. And so he would get angry and leave. And that's kind of, I don't think he was angry when he left tonight, but I don't think he felt like his voice was being heard.
Yeah, that's the way I deciphered a couple of messages he dropped down there in
Was
chat.
Jack on the panel earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because if it was from the chat and he wasn't being heard, I was about to say, I wasn't even read the chat. Fuck you, Jack.
That sounds like first person syndrome to me.
Jack's already in chat. Look at him. Jack's here.
Jack's in chat.
Yeah,
I
talk
mean,
that shit. Jack,
if you want to come have this conversation,
Jack's here.
Marco, I'd
Get
be
up here,
amazed.
Jack. Come on up here, nephew.
Jack holds his dick. He stands in his square. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
You're horrible,
Jack stands
Jack.
on business.
A terrible monster.
That's not how you get Jack up here.
No,
Tim.
that's me, Jack. They're talking to me, Jack.
That's
This
your
time.
man. I get it.
I'm the monster.
You give him the opportunity to stand in his square and see whether or not he moves. And I mean, I've talked to him a bit. He seems fairly satisfied in where he's sitting.
I know what to do.
He is
I-
here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ask
shit.
him about his dreams. He seems to like that.
I'm not sure if I can. Oh, I can open it. Beautiful. Hang on. Where is? All
My
right.
computer got signed out of my Facebook. I can't go look at it.
I got it. I got it. Yeah, mine did too, but it turns out I was
I'll
able
get
to.
back in there at some point, but I just don't give enough shit to do it right now.
Oh no, I
I
got
got
it.
banned from Facebook. I'm banned.
I got it. I got it.
How do you get banned from Facebook?
I want to.
How did I get banned from dozens of YouTube channels? You tell me.
I'm on my 11th fucking Facebook. 11th.
Well, I'm unblockable, so I don't care about this conversation.
Nice to meet you, Unblockable.
Nice
That
to meet
is
you as
so
well, bunny
cute.
suit guy.
That is super cute. Thank you so much.
That was AI.
I know it's
It's
cute.
still cute.
It's yeah.
I
It's
like
still
big
cute.
cats.
Mine's as
I
big as a
love-
straw hat.
I know. I saw a really good one. So how long? While I'm looking this up, how long did you like know Jack for in person? How long were you around him? I'm just curious, being nosy.
You know, well, I've been sober for I don't know. I knew him probably 2 or 3 years before I left Spokane. And
So watching Jack made you sober?
We met in the rooms of AA, and we both agreed that we can say that. So, yeah, a couple of years. I knew him right when he was getting sober, like within days.
Oh, that is a rough time, bro.
Oh, I'm telling you, I remember them days.
Yeah.
I mean, alcohol is not really my issue. I mean,
I'm on day 3, dude. Day 3. Cheers, everybody.
Congratulations. Go big.
I restart day 1 every day.
I don't drink every day.
I drink on every day, and why.
Have you seen these videos?
Kitties are cute. Yes.
Oh,
Even-
I've seen one.
Even the
make,
big
make it big though.
Just
make,
mute
make
it,
it big though.
I did as big as I can.
No.
No,
See,
you use the big square.
That just
Make us
proves
go
that
away.
every cat is just a kitten. Give it a box,
They
and
are.
it's gonna play with the box.
Like that, right?
Absolutely.
No. The square that has no small squares on the side, on the left side.
She's got it now. But you can mute it. The music adds nothing.
Yeah. The music's kind of pointless. Oh, look
Yeah.
at that. Beautiful.
If it
Oh,
was day-
now that's a. Oh.
Yeah, any of y'all ever dealt with any bobcats at all?
Oh, I had
Yes.
one. I had one
Yep.
in my yard.
No, I haven't had the pleasure. No pleasure.
So when I was about 12, we had a whole slew of barn cats. I grew up on a pig farm. Anyway,
That
we had a whole
explains a
slew of
lot. That
freaking.
explains a lot.
I'm sure.
Sure does.
All I had to read was an Encyclopedia World book. So now I'm here. Anyway, we had a bobcat knock up 2 or 3 of the barn cats, and they had 30 some odd pixie bobs.
I bet they.
How did that happen?
That's good looking pussy.
They brought a fucking stepladder. I'm not sure. But it happened. And so about half the cats, roughly, it was about 30 of them, so 15 or so of them had long tails and looked like normal cats. One of them had long tail and had the coloring of a bobcat, but didn't have the shape at all. It just looked like a normal cat. The rest had short tails, and every single one of those bastards was an absolute killing machine. There was no taming them damn things. And I am a very determined autistic kid, and I wanted a fucking bobcat for a pet. So 37 stitches later and 1 blood transfusion,
God.
I decided I didn't want a bobcat.
Oh,
know,
What happened?
It's funny.
Dude.
We have bobcats that hang out on the cactus, on the saguaro cactuses. I mean, their skin and their fur is so thick
Cacti.
and strong that they can, cacti. they can sit on top of a cactus and not get poked.
Damn.
I don't know. I know they can understand fucking human language, though. I had, when I was younger, a black alley cat that was mixed with bobcat. And then I had this friend when I was a teenager that used to spend the night at the house. And one night he was talking shit about my cat. And I told him, you don't want to talk shit about that pet. That pet understands you. So this motherfucker was asleep. The cat socked the shit out of him in his thigh. This motherfucker had a black and blue thigh for about 2 weeks.
Word.
So they're smart animals.
I don't know. I never got to raise one.
Did you know that the cat, like seriously, the cat when they boom, they smack like that. It is like, I don't know what the exact percentage is, but it's so much faster than a rattlesnake, fucking cobra.
Sure.
Like they wish they were that fucking quick. The cat reacts in like 1/8 of a fucking second, like compared to.
Well, you're a buddy.
you know-
Of course, they're gonna attack you.
Well, why was you bringing me into it?
I put a link in the back for you, Beth. It's cute. Everybody will like it.
Cat
Margo knows
the
everything.
one animal that is capable of living anywhere humans live without having to depend on humans. The rat is one of the others.
Ugh. Did you know that you're always within 10 feet of a rat, no matter you like it or not?
Yeah, I'm sitting next to you. I figure
I'm a cabot. I'm part cat.
well, fucking rodent.
I'm rodenti.
Okay.
I got a smirk.
Is this a bizarre mating ritual?
It is. I'll fuck them. I would.
Just curious.
We don't have video.
Like a rabbit, huh?
Working on it. It was being a pain
Just
in the ass.
helping. Yeah.
Like a jackrabbit.
I gotta ask you a question.
Who?
Is a bear shit in the woods?
Absolutely.
Where else is it gonna
What's he use
shit?
to wipe his ass?
Hold on, I'm not done. Do you have a problem with shit sticking to your fur?
Don't you use me to wipe your
Hell
honey.
yeah, I would.
Oh.
It's what my cat thinks it
and
looks
use me
like
to wipe his ass.
Yeah, what it really does.
versus what it looks like.
Yes.
Yeah, then I would look like that fucking cat.
They're all that way too. Like this one right here. Come here, Valkyrie.
The reason I thought of that video is because I have a cat that looks exactly like that black kitten, and she was laying on my lap on my chest here a minute ago. She's adorable.
You got a mountain lion?
This one thinks she's
No,
a
the kitten.
panther.
Oh.
She thinks she's a panther. She's the big bad bitch around here, aren't you?
I'd be the Pink Panther.
No, she got the dog pretty well trained. That's for
Boo, I
So, you guys remember that conversation last year about 100 men versus a gorilla? Who do y'all think would win, the gorilla or one of those 100 men?
Dear
Barehanded?
God, give me 5 fucking minutes to plan that shit. I'll be eating gorilla meat by noon.
But how many men would die?
I mean, some men would die, but I think 100 men would honestly take a gorilla because men have been hunters for ever.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. You got to think what the men are seeing. That gorilla is tearing these men apart, and these guys are going to get fucked up mentally.
It depends on where the men are from and who they are. If you're talking about a bunch of Berkeley graduates, chances are they're fucked.
Oh,
But
fuck yeah, dude. They're going to go in with their butts out. Yeah.
You get 99 men in me, I will eat that fucking gorilla. I need just a little bit of time to plan that shit. I need a few of y'all to run ahead and die.
Man.
I think that because there's so many men.
Somehow I feel targeted.
It's kind of
No, man, just hit that bitch with a 30-06 and you're good. Nobody does.
Nah, no guns, no guns. You'd have to do it like a primitive man.
Bare hands.
Yeah.
Bare
that's
hands,
it.
yeah.
Fuck all that. Yo, they would throw poop at me and I would run. For real.
I'm going to throw poop at it. That's part of the plan.
I do want to watch that.
watch what the 100 men versus a bear.
Bare hands, yeah.
Wait a minute.
'Cause I
That's
think the
another
gorilla would
porno.
rip.
That's something.
I think the gorilla would rip like someone's leg off and start using it as a weapon.
Oh my gosh, I saw a thing
Gorillas
where at
are
the
not
zoo.
violent.
Sorry, go ahead.
What's that?
Gorillas are not violent.
A
Even
big
when
old silverback.
even when they fight each other, it's rare that one of them dies. They may die of injuries and exposure later if they lose the fight because they don't have the support of the troop, but they're not violent. I'm telling you, I will eat that fucking ape. It's
Yeah,
not
well,
a
you-
competition. Bear,
You'll
give me a
find me
bear
safely on this panel. I'll be hiding over here.
Okay.
Fuck
That's
that.
fine. I'm just saying, if Mr. Beast throws that one up for an option, I'm telling you, we're having ape steak by noon.
Ape steak. I wonder what that's like. Do you think it's tough? Or is it like
You
human?
don't know. Just
So I saw a thing where the zoo had like boxes set up with weights inside of them and the ropes attached to them, so you could test and each one was kind of like the equivalent of what different animals were able to pull. Like starting with like a regular, like a little monkey going to a chimpanzee, to an orangutan, and like a gorilla and whatnot, and it was kind of it was
It's
shocking.
amazing how strong they are. It really is.
gorillas will rip. All right, so they're not typically violent. There are cases of gorilla attacks, and that's why we shot Harambe, is because there are cases of gorilla attacks. And when a gorilla decides he wants to kill you, now, had you said 100 men versus a rabid gorilla, that would be a different equation.
Rabbit gorilla.
Right?
Have we had cases of rabid gorillas?
No, not that I'm aware of. Although we have had
Just AIDS
cases.
and HIV.
Right. We have had cases of rabid sea lions now, though.
What? No way.
Yes. And there is a theory going around that rabies is starting to like perpetrate in the sea mammals. And I'm curious what this is going to look like for our future, because rabies is it's a nightmare fuel.
That is the ultimate zombie. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Kind
going to
of.
say
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing.
that's apocalypse.
Rabies is a very unusual thing because it's a kind of slow acting virus, and so you can get infected with it and get I'm going to say the word. I'm going to say treatment. You can get a treatment for it that 99.9% of the time will save your life. That 0.1% of the time is typically because it was received too late. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a case in black and white of a dude that was in the military that caught rabies and shit. That shit was fucked up, and he died of it.
Well, yeah, if you get to the point where you're exhibiting symptoms of rabies, you're done. That's toast.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, I'm unaware of any treatment that will save you once you are exhibiting symptoms.
They was trying to get him to drink water, and he was like, he couldn't drink it. Like it was almost like fire.
That's
Like he was trying to
what a
drink
way to
lava
go,
or
man. It's got to
something.
be an awful way, dude. Like an awful way to go.
They call it hydrophobia, not because of the way animals react to water, but by the descriptions the people who had rabies told about its experience before they died. Hydrophobia.
What about gabies?
That's your mama.
You are absolutely
rest in
correct,
peace,
by
Mom.
the way. Once rabies symptoms appear, the disease is almost 100% fatal with no effective approved cure. Treatment at this stage is limited to palliative care, focusing on patient comfort, sedation, and managing pain.
They dose your ass with heavy opiates and sleeping medications and stuff.
Fuck yeah, that's a way to go, man. Hell yeah.
When I worked at hospice, we had the snowballing protocol for once
That's totally different than a House of Ill repute, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
I've done the snow brawling protocol before.
Not that
I've
one.
done that.
Not that one. Not that one. But that's what we used to. That's what they called it. Okay, not that kind of snowball.
Can you believe I didn't trick her into saying that? That had nothing to do with me, dude. She did that by herself.
I know. I did a great job.
Beth, I came up to help you, and you're starting shit on your own now.
You're stutter stepping.
Good girl.
Tell her, Margot.
Take no responsibility for this, but I want to. I've been fucking with the Raging Tomato for months, almost over a year now. I say things in chat, right? She reads what I say. Sometimes she reads it out loud, and I try to sneak in things that you shouldn't say on a stream for her to say out loud, right? And I got her to say, top you off with cream. Once before on another one, I got her to say Sibian and then look it up and react to what it was.
What is it?
Look it up.
Jack don't want to come back because he don't like us.
Oh,
Jack,
trick
come
to
on
history.
back. Come on back. I'm hearing
History
your name.
repeats itself.
Yep.
I've
Wait,
never
where did-
been on stream with Jack. I want him in here. I want to meet him.
Where did
I'm a
Jack say-
fan,
Yeah.
a big fan.
Uncle Jack, you haven't, but you and I've been on panels before. Whose panels were we on?
Who, me and you, Boo?
I've sat on a couple panels with Talcott, but I've never really talked to the dude.
I'm
Uncle Jack,
actually
we were at OTWs together.
really, really surprised he let me interview
OTW.
him. I was flummoxed. And let me tell you, when I was interviewing Jack, this is one of the reasons why I don't go after Jack at all, right? While we were sitting there, I had the link shared for the after panel that takes place for all the previous guests that want to come up. And it's basically an open panel. And constantly in and out were 2 or 3 different accounts that were coming in, popping up some random image of somebody from somewhere, from some stream. And then it would go into like German scat prompt. And that cycle like 4 or 5 times backstage.
That's strange.
I've
never had it quite go that thick.
It's not strange. I mean, it's something that's old school, but something you don't see no more for real.
I never
Therefore,
mentioned
it's
it to him.
strange.
It was definitely unusual for me. I usually only have at the most one of those a month or so, where if I'm doing a lot of interviews, say an interview a week, 3 or 4 interviews that month, I might have one person try to do that, maybe. But to have it rotate through like that, I was like, Jesus, somebody really has it in for him or me. And it hasn't happened since, so it must have been him, right?
I would assume so.
I mean, it's possible I just perked the interest of some random troll with 300 accounts that decided to come at me, but more likely.
Oh, you too? Oh,
I mean, believe it or not, there was an account like that that used to hit Tonics and Drew's channel often.
All right. Well, I hate to do this, but I have been
You gotta go.
summoned. I do have to go. We're doing a pornographic review thing. It's a whole thing.
Oh.
Love you guys.
You have fun with
bye-bye.
that. Thanks for coming, Jack.
That sounds fitting for a guy in a
I'll
bunny
send
suit.
you a link. I'll send you a link, Boo. Come on over. It's fun.
Bad Bunny. Good luck at the Super Bowl tomorrow, Bad Bunny.
I'm a horrible bunny.
Who's playing tomorrow?
I don't know. Football teams. I don't even
The
know.
Eskimos
and the Penguins.
Patriots.
Patriots for who?
Seahawks, from what I heard.
Fucking
Yeah.
Patriots again. Boo.
No, and that's the thing. That's like my home team, right?
I do not like the Seahawks, but I hope the Patriots get their shit stomped.
I want to discuss this lie that Margot told.
I told a lie?
Well, that's what he said, right?
That's what was said in the chat by Jack. Yeah.
Is Jack
I
still
wanna-
here? Let me look here. Jack,
I want to know about this lie.
you should come up. Let's talk it out. Let's make peace.
I'm following you, Chuck. I know what you was talking about. I read the comment
I
earlier.
haven't lied about
Oh,
it.
you saw it too?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
He said
It's
something
a
about
lot.
us having.
He said you be creating narratives.
I only said that I knew him in Spokane from AA. What else did I say?
No, he was saying that before you even got to that part of the story.
I think Jack likes to leave Spokane in his past.
Oh.
I sense trauma has not been dealt with.
Uh-oh.
It's a great place to start recruiting people for your cult.
You feel pain and you want him to share it with you.
Yes.
Huh?
Trauma bonding is the beginning of most cults, probably.
It is. They bank on it, right? And
Well-
that's the thing is, so you'll get some groups who literally will like sit there and really demonize psychiatry and things
Yes.
along those lines. And
Yes.
it's actually because were you to start looking into all of that, you would actually start questioning why you're doing the things you're doing and what you're listening to. And it would
Madam,
ruin their entire gig.
Psychiatry
and
is kind of evil.
gangs as well. Gangs are all based on trauma bonding, and in the beginning,
of course.
I'm assuming. I've never been in a gang.
What'd you say, Squatch?
Psychology is psychoanalysis, analyzation, anal. No, shut up, Tim. Is kind of evil. It directly.
Whoa.
Hang on. Go ahead. It's kind of what?
It basically directly attacks your personal self, like your interior monologue of yourself, and forces you to come to terms with things that are there that may or may not be directly affecting your life. Not every trauma hasn't been dealt with. Just because you experienced a childhood trauma doesn't mean that you're still under the influence of it in a negative light. Some pain creates character. It builds resistance. What
Can I
doesn't
respond to
kill
that?
you makes you stronger, right?
I would say that therapy and therapies can do that. Psychology is a science of history and research-based practices.
And I wouldn't say really resistance. I would have said resilience more than resistance.
Sure.
I agree with
That's
that.
a better word, resilience. And I look at it this way, partly because of the way, and this is going to sound weird, but just hang with me for a second.
Mm-hmm.
The way psychoactives tend to offer cross resistance. Like if say you do LSD, mushrooms, ayahuasca, and a peyote, ayahuasca, LSD, they all do a similar thing, but they do them in very different ways.
You forgot DMT on that list.
Sure. If you've done mushrooms or LSD and you take peyote, you will deal with that situation better, not because you've built a chemical resistance to it, but because you are mentally prepared for that type of break. You get what I'm saying?
I don't understand the relevance.
Partially, but I mean, can you really say it's a break? Because science itself can't even explain those experiences.
What I'm talking about is the cross resistance to or tolerance to these drugs are not a byproduct of your body building a resistance, but are a byproduct of your mind understanding what's taking place and being able to deal with it better than the first time.
Okay.
Is that research based or just
Research based? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And I can't bring you up any. I wasn't expecting to be talking about this.
Oh no, I was just wondering if that was like your opinion or no, but I believe you. I'm sure it's research based.
I mean, it was tested back in the 60s when they were doing like all the weird acid tests and stuff.
Yes.
There were a handful of spinoffs from it that involved things like DMT and peyote, and there's a weird cactus from South America called the San Pedro. And apparently, while these things do very different things in the body, they have very similar results in the mind.
Yes.
Those similar results allow a person who has experienced them to tolerate it better. They think around it, if that makes sense.
I've seen the studies on like microdosing and dealing with all of that. And I think there's definitely something to it. And you're right. Even back in, what was it? They were doing that in MK Ultra, right? As far as
now, MK Ultra is a whole different ball of wax. But yes, there was large doses of various chemicals administered through the MK Ultra program, with and without the subject's knowledge, allegedly.
Yes. and with entirely different intentions when they were doing the studies.
And that was before.
I'm not sure they had any intentions, honey.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't know.
and that was before they had
good point.
that you had to get IRB approval for research. You know, they could do anything. It was the wild, wild west.
Yeah, and some of that quote unquote research was real wackadoodle shit.
Oh,
like
yeah.
the idea that what they would do, like, okay, allegedly, right? You're going to school at Berkeley and you go out for a weekend, you go by some random bar, and they next thing you know, you wake up in a hotel room 20 miles away with the overwhelming fucking need to go buy a bunny suit and wear it on. No memory of the 2 days in between that you lost. No explanation and no reason why. What they were doing was snatching students, dosing them with various stuff, putting them through like some theoretically some what's it called? Orange, Clockwork Orange type education programs, and then seeing what it did to them in their lives after. And they would just track these people, basically what later became known as gang stalking, because now all of these people are paranoid, delusional, and CPF folks following them, except there were people following them.
Well, wouldn't they have a right to be then?
The men who stare at goats, right? Do you know that movie?
What movie?
The Men Who Stare at Goats.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds good.
That was, dude, that's a very watered down approach.
Yeah, I know it was. Oh, I know it was. And I think a lot of that information, by the way, has been declassified at this point on those studies.
Okay. You know what isn't declassified?
What?
The useful shit. We got all of the wackadoo shit that came out of it, like the stupid things they tried. And consider this. Most of these people who were involved in it volunteered to be a part of a study, but they weren't told exactly what the study was going to be. And so they had no recourse after it was done. If you tried to sue the federal government for it, they told you they didn't know nothing about it. You tried to sue the school, it didn't happen on school grounds. And oh, by the way, didn't you sign this thing over here saying that you would participate in the study? Perhaps that's what it was.
You still sign. Still, whenever you're part, I'm still part of. Well, I do research studies. When we still have people sign releases saying that they will not hold any parties responsible,
of course,
due to the effects of whatever the study is. That's just standard.
That's fucking boilerplate stuff there, baby. So once you've signed that release, at least back then, right, there wasn't a whole lot of breaks or measures put on that type of stuff. They were just doing it. And I don't know how much of that they're just doing now. I imagine it's probably moved offshore if I had to guess.
Well, yeah, they have the IRB here, the Internal Review Board, made up of pastors and doctors and secretaries, just normal people in the community, and they review what the protocols for the research, and they have to approve it. You have to have IRB approval to hit stage 2 research studies.
So after this one, I actually, are you guys familiar with the program? Literally they called it the
That's
program.
rather loose. Yeah.
It's not so it's not juvenile facilities, but it's like a step down where parents were signing up and sending their kids off to it was almost like it was advertised, if you will, as like a scared straight boarding school summer camp type thing for kids that were acting out.
You're talking about where they took them out in the middle of the desert. It's basically loosely, it's what Holes is loosely based on.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of them.
There's a ton of them.
Yeah.
They're all horrible.
What did you do, dog?
He invented the
well, and many of them, people that can't afford programs like that, you sign your child to become a ward of the state, and the state pays for it. So you have no legal rights over your child any longer.
I actually have 3 people who were put into those programs that are definitely interested in talking
You
about
should let them go.
it. Do what?
He said you
had
should let
3
him
people.
go.
I said you should let them go.
Oh.
Beth, what do you do professionally? Now I'm curious.
Hang on one second. Sorry, my dog knocked something down. I had to go pick it up real quick. I am disabled. I was in healthcare for over a decade.
Okay.
CNA, HHA, PCA2, primarily doing hospice care. But I started off doing working with Alzheimer's and dementia patients.
Oh, you're a saint.
No joke. You know,
so where did you work with these programs, or were these like patients of yours?
Well, I have friends who were put into these programs as teenagers.
Gotcha.
Okay. And one of them actually was my best friend, one of my childhood best friend's older brothers. And I can remember being at their house when they would come and pick him up and drag him out and take him back to quote unquote school.
Yeah.
And man, I'll tell you that program fucked up a lot of kids badly.
And they usually do the intakes at 2:00 in the morning, so you're in your pajamas or whatever you're wearing.
Yep.
And that's how they take you.
Oh, you just dropped me.
I just put a cute video. You only had to play the first part. I just thought that the wrecking was adorable.
Okay. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Everybody would be asleep except for my friend's mom, and then they'd come in and snatch him up, and he'd be gone. I had another friend who was sent to one of those schools in. Actually, I have more than that, more than just a couple. Sent to one in the Dominican Republic. My ex-husband and his brother were put in one in upstate New York as teenagers. Yeah, I think that's something I'm going to be diving into in the near future because
you and I should talk, because I just had a former student of mine. She was turned over to the ward of the state by her parents. She became a ward of the state by her parents 2 weeks ago, and they took her at 2:00 in the morning, and now she's in Colorado.
Oh man.
But a lot of I have another client right now. I work with I'm working right now with marginal students, 18 years old, trying to get their teaching certificates. I'm sorry, not their teaching certificates, their high school certificates.
Like GEDs and stuff.
No, before that, because there's a lot of things that you cannot do with just a GED that you can get with a high school certificate. So
Yes.
I'm working with the University of Arizona. We're trying to basically make the GED not go away, but make anyone who meets the requirement of a high school graduate to have the same rights as students in the past that have gotten a GED that don't, because that's discrimination.
Got it.
So I work with a lot of young people that have been through some horrific situations. Some of them brought upon themselves.
Yeah.
Not the horrific part, but
the acting
their
out.
Their choices put them in situations that they felt their guardians didn't feel that they had any other choice to keep themselves safe.
It gives them the excuse to do it. It's kind of shocking how, well, I guess it's not shocking because they always end up figuring out, like this one is being abusive. This one's doing this, not meeting health standards or whatever. And no sooner than they shut them down, they just move them to somewhere else. Same thing, different
absolutely
scenery.
Rather than helping the children, they're shoving them off. And we know usually where those children grow up to be.
So, in the 90s, they had done a big study where they went through prisons. They wanted to see if they could if there was a genetic predisposition for violence. And they ran genetic profiles on a bunch of prisoners who committed like the worst crimes, right?
Right.
And then they started going around to the juvenile facilities and picking out the boys that showed the most, whatever. Sasquatch, you leaving?
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I must go Sasquatch elsewhere.
Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you.
Big hearts and butterflies just for you, Jake.
You're amazing. Thank you, sir.
I want to cuss somebody out before I leave, but I kind of like all these people, so I'm just going to go. Y'all be cool.
Bye.
Fuck yourself, Sasquatch.
Later, Squatch.
So they went around though and they started okay, sorry. I had a message. Picking out the boys who showed the most aggression or were manipulative and that kind of thing. And I know they started running panels on them and then doing really weird, like my brother-in-law's told me about these experiments or exercises where, you know, they would set them up with the full EKG and have them complete different tasks. Like it would always start off really simple, like just, you know, sitting, breathing, lower your blood pressure, lower your body temperature, very weird shit. And a lot of it, I think it ties right back into like the MK Ultra themes where they're trying to see if they can program these kids to be the kind of soldiers that can go and do the things that nobody else wants to do. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That rabbit hole gets really deep.
Yeah. And we'd like to think that stopped, right? We like to think that stopped decades and decades ago. You know,
Yeah.
there's always going to be evil people or, you know, scrupulous people that don't have the morals and.
Well, maybe that's how they'll stop wars in secrets.
Yeah.
All right, let's watch. Oh my god, it's so cute.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute. Who he's so jiggly. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
Jello.
jiggly. I like that. Look at this big piece. Who is it's super jiggly? Who is jiggly? I'm gonna put it in my mouth. Hug, Paul.
Oh, he's so cute.
Who's still jiggly? I want my ball.
Where's your ball?
That's Tucker right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, right there. You go get it. Don't tell me go get it.
Go get it.
I said don't tell me that.
Go get it.
No.
Get it. It's under the table.
You know what? I'm always fetching. For once in your life, can you get up and fetch something for me?
That's my dog, Alaska, yo. He'd be a lazy guy.
Thank you, because I know it's hard to get off the couch.
Is that what you want?
Mm-hmm.
Get it.
Where go? Oh, girl, I got it.
Yes, did I say
Okay.
Making my way downtown, walking. Hey, you know what? I ain't even got time for you today. You ain't gonna spoil my joy. I'm out. Oh man, the show already started. Excuse me. I know I'm in the way. Excuse me. All right, y'all. Let me just get my food situated. Hold up. Okay, cool. Hey, what up, miss y'all?
Oh, what a cutie. Smart dog. Guys, I think I am going to shut it down. I've been up since.
Sounds like a wiener.
Thank you for having me, Beth. It was
Thank
very
you so much
enjoyable.
for coming. I appreciate you.
Chuck, love you. I will see you later.
Well, where are we gonna go now?
I have no clue. Are you doing anything?
I was considering going live, but I feel tired.
Go live, OG.
Go live, OG.
Go live, OG.
I was already live. I rated people over here.
I know.
Go live, OG.
How about you, Chuck?
Chuck should go live.
Yeah, go live, Chuck.
Go live, Chuck.
I'm peeking to see what all's going on here.
If no one's gonna do it, I'll do it for a little bit. Dusty will probably be live in an hour or 3.
I might hang out for a little
You're
bit.
welcome at my stream,
Yeah.
OG.
Dusty's going live at. He's got it listed for 1:15 a.m.
Jesus.
That's your
Christ.
time.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll raid over to him when he goes live.
Oh, I've got to sleep at some point.
Yeah, go to sleep.
The weather.
And then go to sleep and pick him up halfway through a stream like I do sometimes.
The weather up here has been nasty as all fuck, and we're going through wood really fast. But I gotta constantly get up and stuff that bitch. But at least it keeps the house warm. All right. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the chat. You guys
Live in 60 seconds. Peace, everybody.
Everybody
Later.
go over to 10th man. We'll let him pick it up. OG,
All
thank you
right.
for coming. You too, Chuck. And Exiled, it's good to see you, sir.
Yep. Catch you guys later.
Have a good night. Everybody sleep well. See you later.